constituency of number 9, where I am currently the incumbent, and I'm asking the people of number 9 to stick with me and to keep the momentum. In 2015, the Concerned Citizens Movement took a decision to join with 2 political parties on St. Kitts to form Team Unity. I think since then, the relationship between St. Kitts and Nevis is the best that it has ever been in our history. And that is why we're asking our people to keep the momentum.
My name is the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, and I am your candidate for the...
There is a trend in the NRP when it comes to the people of Nevis 9, especially the people of St. John's Parish. First, it was Roberto Hector calling the development of Brownhill as a waste.
Brownhill Road. As we drive through the village, we see every house with walls higher than Fort Knox, with driveways paved some as much as 50 feet, with complementing matching garages and iron-railed gates, all paid for from the public purse.
If this wasn't bad enough, here comes Kelvin Daly a few nights ago. He refers to the people of Bath Village as house Negroes and termites.
Plans for Bath. All those house Negroes who are coming to tell people in Bath, these are house Negroes who live in Bath. Every election you see them coming out like termites. You see them coming out like termites.
This is a dark day on the campaign trail. Let's listen again.
Are their plans for Bath? All those house Negroes who are coming to tell people in Bath, these are house Negroes who live in Bath. Every election you see them coming out like termites. You see them coming out like termites.
But Premier Mark Brantley and the candidate for Nevis 9 thinks differently.
This is Mark Brantley. I say to my opponent in this election, the people of Bath are not house Negroes. The people of Nevis are not termites. We're all Nevisians, and we all have our pride and our dignity.
On election day, reject the insults. Vote for a candidate who cares. A candidate who understands you. A candidate who gives you hope for a brighter future. Vote Mark Brantley. Vote the Hammer. Vote the Concerned Citizens Movement.
Yeah, 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 yeah. They are top 10 more. We voted for CCM again. CCM go keep it up, up, up. Just keep it up, 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 up. Keep it up, CCM keep up the momentum. Keep it up, just keep it up, keep it up. Nevis, ha. When you're feeling like you can't go on, hold on, oh. Premier Bradley and the CCM will keep you strong. Hold on, oh. Other politicians want to tear you down, right down, oh. But to Canary and the sheriff will slow you down. Hold on. Nevis, there's only one way to be a winner. To break the strike, now we have to vote blue and on election day. How can we do that? We vote in CCM non-stop, cause they come to keep it up, up. Just keep it up, up. Keep it up, CCM keep up the momentum. Keep it up, just keep it up, up. Keep it up, CCM party and Mark Bradley will push it. Mark Bradley and CCM party will push it higher than that, push it. CCM keep up the momentum. This is Hashim the G-Man. On federal election day, we vote in Premier Mark Brantley and the entire CCM party in seats 9, 10, and 11 for United St. Kitts and Nevis. Ha!
Yeah, you done know, Steve. Yeah, you done know. Yeah, you done know. Blackstone. Oh, gosh.
This is original coffee representing for the CCM party. Mark Brantley, a year in the place, you know. Big up Alexis Jeffers and Eric Evelyn.
Yeah, people want a little bit. Yeah, people want a piece of it. And when we give them just a little bit of it. A little bit of music, a little bit of fun, a little bit of sugar band in the blazing summer sun. But still we got one leap up until now it cannot done. I said yeah, people want a little bit. Yeah, people want a piece of it. And when we give them just a little bit of it. A little bit of music, a little bit of fun, a little bit of sugar band in the blazing summer sun. But still we got one leap up until now it cannot done. I said a little bit of culture, a little bit of mass, a little bit of slow wine, a little bit of fast, a little bit of everything, some beverage in your glass. Can't done. People jamming all day, all night. People are born
For the sugar, yeah.
they like, oh yeah, that's right. So me give them just a little bit of it.
A little bit. Well, just a little bit of CCM, a little bit. Just a little bit of unity. The whole place. The whole place. The whole place. The whole place.
People want a little bit. Yeah, people want a piece of it. And when we give them just a little bit of it. A little bit of music, a little bit of fun, a little bit of sugar band in the blazing summer sun. But still we got one leap up until now it cannot done.
They can't done. What? Hey, hey, hey. A little bit of.
Slow wine, a little bit of fast, a little bit of everything, some beverage in your glass.
Can't done. I tell you. Because all day.
All night.
People are born for the sugar, yeah.
They like, oh yeah, that's right. So me give them just a little bit of it. A little bit, just a little bit of sugar. A little bit, just a little bit. And when we look, the whole place lit. The whole place lit. The whole place lit. The whole place lit. Just a little bit, just a little bit.
A sugar band, a little bit. Just a little bit of CCM, the whole place. I'm gonna play that song again from the top,
Yeah, people want a little bit.
Good night to you wherever you're viewing this live from. Good night, good night, good night, good night. CCM Posse! Let's go!
A little bit of music, a little bit of fun, a little bit of sugar.
Big up everybody who tune in already. Talk somebody, share it.
No, it cannot done. I said a little bit of culture, a little bit of mass, a little bit of slow wine, a little bit of fast, a little bit of everything, some beverage in your glass. Can't done.
Hold on. Hey.
Jamming
All day.
all night.
Tonight is going to be a wonderful night. My inner vibes tonight.
They like, oh yeah.
Juggle me come for juggle tonight.
Them just a little bit of it.
A little bit of unity, a little bit of CCM, a little bit of PAM, and a little bit of the whole place. The whole place. Where the Team Unity family them there. Yeah.
Come in. Let me go. The week done and the coup done set up. As we fetting from the time we link up. No weakling, you know I no jam up. It's just energy, no style up. Say from the girl them rolling this session. It's strictly waistline instead emotion. The man them right up and the girl them good up. It's just energy, no style up. We work hard on the weekdays.
No, it's a weekend time to. Come on, you don't know next week Friday is the big day.
Now it's the week.
Next week Friday is the big day. Let's go.
So put your hands up.
Show me that you're ready.
Take a jump. Yeah.
Come on, show me that you're ready.
Come in. Let me go.
Friday the 5th, the big day is coming.
As we fetting from the time we link up. No weakling, you know I no jam up. It's just energy, no style up. Say from the girl them rolling this session. It's strictly waistline instead emotion. The man them right up and the girl them good up. It's just energy, no style up. We work
Machine Massive, if you're ready, let me see you. Let me see you. Say, put your hands up. Show me that you. Energy, energy. Energy. Yeah. Tonight's a crazy night, I tell you. Hold on. Team Unity family, you ready? You ready? What is happening? Let's go! We were. I have a mission. To reach my destination. So I don't want nobody hold me. No. Positive energy. You don't see it in my eyes and the price and nobody gonna stop me. So I don't want nobody hold me back. Don't hold me. We are gonna push. Tonight we're gonna have a party before we start the meeting. Let's go. We are go. Sikis and Divas. We are gonna push. Listen to me. Election day when you're going out with your crew and they try to stop you and your crew, just tell them. You don't know what thing about. Tell them. You don't know what thing about. Me and me friend in the band. And the whole place. Say me on. When they try to stop you and your crew from voting, they go to voters and you tell them. Yes, look how the best now mash up. You don't know what thing about my crew. If you're ready. You don't know what thing about my crew. You don't know what thing about what. Hey! Take me on. Happy drinking. Jump! In the van. And they call away the Talibans. The place mash up. Yes, look how the best now mash up. Yes, look how the best now mash up. Yes, look how the best now mash up. So what? You don't know thing about my crew. You don't know what thing about my crew. Tell them. You don't know what thing about my crew. You don't know what thing about. Me and my friends there in the van. With the drinks there in the hand. Me and my friends there in the van. When we party, drunk a come stagger. Stagger to the left, stagger. Stagger to the right, stagger. Keep up the movement. Keep up the momentum. Friday is the big day. Keep up the momentum, let we go. Keep it, keep it, keep it up. Oi, oi. Keep up the momentum. Keep it up, just keep it up, keep it up. Hey.
Feeling like you can't go on, hold on, oh. Premier Bradley and the CCM will keep you strong. Hold on, oh. Other politicians want to tear you down.
Hold on,
right down, oh. And to Canary and the sheriff will slow you down. Hold on. There's only one way to be a winner. To break the strike, now we have to vote blue and on the left.
I tell you.
How can we do that? We vote in CCM non-stop, cause they come to keep it up, keep it up.
To keep it up, keep it up.
CCM,
keep up the momentum.
keep it up, just keep it up, keep it up. CCM party and Mark Bradley will push it, push it, push it, push it, push it. Mark Bradley and CCM party will push it, higher, push it, higher than that, push it. CCM keep up the momentum. This is Hashim the G-Man. On federal election day, we vote in Premier Mark Brantley and the entire CCM party in seats 9, 10, and 11 for United St. Kitts and Nevis.
Bad mind people stay far away.
All right.
Stay far away.
Yo, Melis. Stay far away. How long today?
Let's get it started tonight. Bad mind people stay far away.
Bad mind people stay far away.
Somebody say pull up.
Far away.
Yo, Melis. Stay far away. How long today?
Let's go. Roll. Hey. Let's go. Blue Machine family, where you there? Share the light. Bad mind people. Hold on. Hold on. Where Team Unity family there? Where the Unity family there? Tell them.
Bad mind people stay far away. Stay far away.
Yo, Melis. Stay far away. How long today? Far away.
Bad mind people say. Big up the people of number 10. Big up people of number 9. If you're watching from number 11, big up yourself. Share the live right now and talk to somebody. On your phone ways. Where my CCM family there? Tower. Oh, hey, oh, hey. Tell them again, say. Bad mind people say. Bad mind people. Go them. Tonight we're doing it different.
Formula Squad. This one ain't for the weak-hearted. You think this is a game? Who got the formula?
CCM the formula. Big up Rhythm Queen. Rhythm Queen, big up. I tell you, who got the formula? CCM, who get it? Who get it? We got the formula. CCM got the formula. Hold on, man. Wow, what a workout. Share the life, share the life. We got the formula. Share the life. You got it? They got the formula. Tonight we're just building up the platform and encourage you. I encourage you to share it, talk somebody, talk somebody. We're building up the platform, giving you some entertainment right before the big virtual meeting. So wherever you are right now, whatever you're doing, it's party time. So let's party.
Hey.
I'm not leaving, that's impossible. Tell them!
You can be looking the way you do. I'm not leaving, that's impossible.
Well, if you want me to go, party!
You can be looking the way you do. You can be cooking the way you do.
I want bigger people that is not in St. Kitts and Nevis. You wish you could have been here to vote. I'm sorry you have to stay where you're there.
You can be walking the way you do.
We gonna vote for you.
Come on.
I don't know what I do, so I'm bleeding. Why? Somebody say give me a
reason. Tell me this is the end of the season.
Mash up with interest, just boy.
But you don't understand when you watch me.
I tell you.
You see that I win the lottery. Or you go pick up just so and then dump me. No, baby, no. But you back
on me.
In a garbage bag.
And then you put it on the ground by the roadside.
You tell me get out your place to come inside. Baby, don't do me that. You go break my heart.
Can't believe you're ready to give up. Tell them, say if you want me to go,
you can be looking the way you do. You can be cooking the way you do. You can be hooking me. If you want me to go, you can be looking the way you do.
You think that alone?
Walking the way you do.
You think it's that alone?
I believe that is you. So long as you see give me a wine.
Hey, I better give me a
wine. Give me the wine that I want long time.
Wait for the victory party, man. Wait for the victory party. Give me a wine.
Look who.
How long me not really see you?
Could that be about a year or two? Call to drink now, what we go do? Long time. Been a while we have a salad.
Oh, you mean? Share the life, share the life, share the life. I want to pick up my friend from Overbart, you know.
Look how things happen now.
I want to pick up my friend from Overbart. I know you're not a house Negro.
I don't even want to leave you. I don't know when we'll bounce up again. So let me take a little thing until then.
So long, guys.
Give me a wine now. Give me a wine now. Give me the wine that I want. Long time, long time. Long so long I see you. Give me a wine now. Give me a wine now. And I will make up for all this time. Make up for all this time. It was just last week when I called.
Oh, you mean?
I did ask your friend and them. When last did they talk to you? So
when last did they
talk to you? Go funny, you're in my sight. Didn't know you was here tonight. It looked like you're doing it right, like you running real nice. I thought you hiding, doing foreign. Look how things happen now. Look how things happen now. So let me hug up and squeeze you. I don't even want to leave you. I don't know when we'll bounce up again. So let me take a little time.
something on my chest. I want to express it. Let me ask
Let's
you a
go.
question.
I gotta say what I want to say.
I want to say what I want to say.
I want to tell about some of them. They're talking about the blue machine, but yo,
people don't know yet.
Aye, but they just judge you.
They talking about you.
CCM family, when they're talking about you,
smiling your face and
calling you bad and
making up things.
When they're talking about team unity, tell them.
You're talking and talking and talking about me.
Oh, you mean? I'll be pressing and doing
my thing.
Sick kids and Nevis.
Telling you, please
don't judge me.
Don't put you to watch
oh, you mean?
He don't like
dance now, dance. Hey, 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 hey. Watch the dance now.
Keep on talking, you cap.
Pale, pale, pale. Oh, you mean? Big up all the CCM ladies, them. CCM ladies now. Hey, in your living room now.
It's I don't know. All the girls them to the dance floor.
Why?
I don't know.
Blue machine.
This one goes out to all of the girls them not tenants right now.
I'm say.
I hear wearing good up. I need you to come to the front. You're gonna take it down in a position. Tell your friend and them to hold your thing. I need your full compliance. No follow-up.
Team unity, ladies.
Bend down.
Push back. Oh.
Girl, I like that. Bend down. Yo, how you mean you don't want to dance? Well, it's I don't know.
This is original coffee representing for the CCM party. Mark Brantley, a year in the place.
One goes out to all of the tenants right now. I hear wearing good up. I need you to come to the front. You're gonna take it down in a position. Tell your friend and them to hold your thing. I need your full.
How we looking tonight? Share the life. Share the life, now, man. Bend down. Hey. Hey.
Oh, girl, I like that. Bend down. Push back. Oh, girl, I like that.
Come and say this is the part where you roll over, so whatever you want.
Grab all your friend them, grab all your girl them, show me your sexy dance.
Come and say show me your
sexy dance.
Oh, you mean?
Show me your sexy dance. Show me your sexy dance. Show me your sexy dance.
Y'all think amazing, you know?
The way how you're ticking and talking. Now imagine I is the remote.
Yeah.
And I am the one in control of it. Let me see you move to the left. Let me see you bring it to the right. Bring it back to the left. Now I wanna see you.
Come on, bend down. Come and say. Girl, oh, girl, I like that.
Bend down. Push back. Girl, I like that. No.
This is the part where you roll over, do whatever you want.
Grab all your friend them, grab all your girl them, show me your sexy dance.
Come and say, Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Slow down.
Show me
Slow.
your sexy dance.
Show me your sexy dance.
Show me your sexy dance. Well, all kind of thing going right through me brain when your friend and them a touch up the fender. You gotta have too much time on your hands, cause them a come is over. Like how you gonna be pretty.
Mark Brantley will come in with a force. Yeah, blessings every pound question on foot. CCM never rise and boast.
Hey!
Yeah, we give thanks like we need to the most. We have to give thanks like we're really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and Alexis,
thank God for the journey, the earning, not just for the plus.
Mark Brantley is a must.
Tell them, say!
Blessings fall for we do us. Yeah. This is original coffee representing for the CCM party. Mark Brantley, a year early place in a big up Alexis Jeffers and Eric Effie. Nevis.
Let's play that one now.
Original coffee said that. CCM.
You're not balling a life, man.
CC movement.
So what we say?
Go on with it, you're going with it.
Do
us, yeah. Mark Brantley will come in with a force, yeah. Blessings every pound question on foot.
CCM never rise and boast.
Yeah, we give thanks like we need to the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for we life and Alexis, thank God for the people that earning it just for the plus. Mark Brantley is a must. And we say blessings fall for we life and we bust a toast to the friends to take off. If you load one time, they'd sit down in a class on port CC movement. We say, go on with it, you're going with it. Third form, we say, make me try a thing. And you know it formed out for be a fire thing. No up on stage, it chronic, so I sing. Yeah, see me all dig it, soon get the higher ring. Like hello, pro time, say, I had to shout ya. Saw you pause that spectacular photo. Keep it burning, that's the motto. CCM will pass through the show.
You're not balling a life, man.
CC movement. CCM, you're not balling a life, man. CC movement. When me say, go on with it, you're going with it.
Yo, is it? Are you kidding me?
Do us, yeah. Mark Brantley will come in with a force, yeah. Blessings every pound question on foot. CCM
whenever rise and boast.
Yeah, we give thanks like we need to the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for we life and Alexis,
thank God for the journey, the earning
up just for the plus. Mark Brantley is a must. And we say blessings fall for we life and we bust a toast to the friends to take off. If you load one time, they'd sit down in a class on port CC movement. We say go on with it, you're going with it. Third form, we say make me try a thing. And you know it formed out for be a fire thing.
Yes, yes, yes.
Stage it chronic science.
Share the light, share the light.
You soon get the higher ring like hello, pro time. Say I had to shout ya. Saw you pause that spectacular photo. Keep it burning, that's the motto. CCM will pass through the show. Not ball in a life, man. CC movement, I feel the people, the journey, just for the plus. Gratitude is a must, yeah.
Let's go.
Money fall on you.
Hey.
Banana fall on you. Brother fall on you.
Cause I'm in love with you. We having a party tonight, man. We having a party tonight.
Banana fall on you. Paparazzi follow you. Cause I'm in love with you. Yeah.
Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah.
Are you?
Hey, oh, hey, hey. Remember CCM family there? Share the life. Talk somebody. Right now. Money fall on you. Hey.
Banana fall on you. Brother fall on you. Cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you. Banana fall on you. Paparazzi follow you. Cause I'm in love with you.
Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah.
Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me.
CCM family, we having a party tonight. I don't wanna be a wherever you are, big up yourself.
Yeah.
Big up to all those people overseas watching. Wherever you're looking at this from.
Money Cristiano.
No money Cano.
I'm on Nintendo.
Hey.
My guys call me Cristiano.
What's the next song?
Ronaldo.
What the next one?
I'm on Nintendo.
What the next song?
If I tell you, say I love you.
My money, now you, oh, baby.
30 billion for the
let's go! Hey, hey! Versace and Gucci.
For your body, oh, baby. No do, gotta for me.
No do,
say that, oh. No do. If I tell you, say I love you, oh.
Tell you. My money, now you, oh, baby. What?
30 billion for the account, yo.
I give you Versace and Gucci.
For your body, oh, baby. No No do, gotta for me. No do, say that, oh. No do, shakara, oh. No do, gotta for me, oh.
Now listen to me, do.
My number one in tutu.
Hey.
CP Bruku tutu. For your love it tutu. I go chuku. Biko obianuju. Say you do me juju. Cause I'm feeling the juju. Shake it to you.
I know you're not your teen.
You can have it to you. You know I got this in you. I love you.
I love you.
There's nothing above you. Bridget, you.
I like your miniskirt, you know.
Okay, you carry face, you.
I love you.
My money, my body, now your own. Oh, baby. 30 billion for the account, yo. Yeah. Versace and Gucci for your body, oh, baby.
Illa. Boss of them. Most time we die forever. When you feel when I pray for.
To depart from the thing I will
never. And if you question and I pray. I am. Calling my heart. Hey, yo, chemist. Jenna.
CCM family, let's go. If you know you God bless, you God bless. Unity family.
Most time we die forever.
For what you feel, man.
Depart from the king I will never. As he keep my strong under pressure. Show me the hearts of my friends and my family.
Do you remember next week Friday? You're putting your ex alongside the hammer.
Show me the things where they don't want me to see.
In a big idiot.
Boats and me suit. In a jar army so them can't recruit us. On the power wicked and Satan. All over here can be banal the Judas. Many a call back still see don't choose us. Roll with the pride, none of them can refuse us.
What you mean?
In front all of them with me sword and me shield and I ask them out.
Come and say, boss, tell you we die for.
Hey! Where you feel, man, I pray for. Depart from the king I will never. As he keep my strong under pressure.
Show me the hearts of my friends and my family.
Reveal the plans of my enemies. Show me who real and
let me tell you why we voted for CCM.
Where they don't want me to see.
Why we voting for CCM? Tell them I gotta free my mind, heart and soul.
Asking for strength from the Most High, so I can go anywhere I wanna.
Hey, to anywhere I need. Walk to the valley of death when I leave you.
Not just a soul vision sharp like eagle.
I gotta free my mind,
heart and soul. Asking for strength from the Most High, so I can go
anywhere I wanna.
Anywhere I need it. I'm at the valley up that can I leave you. Not just a soul vision sharp like eagle. Free up my mind like me pan a be a cake.
Tell you.
Me no play not even PlayStation. Love so turned up me even hear Satan. Just stay in front like the butcher apron. Done na me pay and expect me to stay pan. Go get the bread youth. What
don't remember tell you Friday the 5th of June. You're putting your ex next to the hammer, right? Some people doing otherwise. But you and your crew doing your own thing. So when they try to tell you different, tell them.
Then I got the heart like way.
But I'm over from 2003.
You don't know nothing about we boy. Stop with the chi one chi boy. You don't know nothing about we. Them no know nothing about we. Gone again. I foot say. Those.
Once again, I say big up to everybody who's viewing this live, wherever you're viewing it from.
Then I got the heart like way. Man, I work hard since 2003. You don't know nothing about we boy. Stop with the chi one chi boy.
You don't know nothing about
them. They don't know.
All of the battles that we've been through before. Full time now, the tree one rise up. I show the whole world we could get on hardcore. Righteous music, but not the dance floor. Hear the fans, them a ball out, say they want more. They want more. They want more, want more, want more. Now we go up on the top. More them a fight with it, more them a flop. It's like a lightning bolt man a drop. Check out the dance, how the place just a rock. Me pan me own wave and a rock. Hey! Me own pace and a shot. I could sleep on the face of the shop. What a disgrace to the block.
They have the art like we.
Man I work hard since 2003. You don't know nothing about we bar.
Tell us to support it.
You don't know nothing about we. No matter what you try, we're not fading out. You fabricate a lot of lies that's not phasing us. I know you see the rise and it's clear enough. Your bag of war songs not phasing us. It ain't easy trying to stop job words. Believe me, touch up on all who are preachy ends.
The artist your name Footsie.
Real friends, family real friends. Take me time and me seed out. A bag of noise them I make a better week out.
Hey!
Me upgrade me greenhouse. To me pocket them full up of greens now.
Roll up king from the waist and pull it up.
Big mouse.
Where's that? Pull it up.
Gone again. I would say. Those. Better life me choose true.
Yeah, man, pick up the country people them.
Then I got the heart like way.
Hey. Because man, I'm over since 2003.
You don't know nothing about we bar.
Jump says support it.
You don't know nothing about we. They don't know. All of the battles that we've been through before. Full time now, the tree one rise up. I show the whole world we could get on hardcore. Righteous music, but not the dance floor. Hear the fans, them a ball out, say they want more. They want more. They want more, want more, want more. Now we go up on the top. More them a fight with it, more them a flop. It's like a lightning bolt man a drop. Check out the dance, how the place just a rock. Me pan me own wave and a rock. And I check me own pace and a shot. I could sleep on the face of the shop. What a disgrace to the block. I got the heart like way. Man I work hard since 2003. You don't know nothing about we boy. Stop with the chi boy. You don't know nothing about we. You don't know nothing about we. No matter what you try, we're not fading out. You fabricate a lot of lies that's not phasing us. I know you see the rise and it's clear enough. Your bag of war songs not phasing us. It ain't easy trying to stop job works, believe me.
You know, we're about to start. We're about to get started, all right? We're about to get started, so I'm just going to switch it up a little bit and do it a different like this.
Yeah. They are top 10 more.
We're about to get started.
For CCM again.
CCM, keep it up.
Keep it up.
So keep it up.
Keep it up. CCM, keep up the momentum. Keep it up. Just keep it up. Keep it up. Nevis. When you're feeling like you can't go on, hold on.
Hold on.
Remember Bradley and the CCM will keep you strong. Hold on.
We're about to get started, man.
Other politicians want to tear you down. Right down. Oh, to Canary and the sheriff will slow you down. Hold on. Because there's only one way to be a winner. To break the strike, now we have to vote blue and on election day.
What do you mean?
Can we do that? We vote in CCM non-stop, cause they come to keep it up.
Keep it up.
Just keep it up. Keep it up. CCM.
Keep up the momentum.
Keep it up. Just keep it up. Keep it up. CCM.
Keep up the...
Hammer time again. Run to the polls and vote for CCM. There we go. CCM ready and fit for the election. Only visions heading in one direction.
We're about to get started.
Keep up the momentum. All on one marching to the same drum. CCM, foot soldier, all around the island.
Run to the pool.
Get ready, you will start. vote smart.
Let's go.
To the polls and vote for CCM.
Friday the 5th, run to the polls.
On the mark, get ready.
Set.
You ain't start, vote smart.
Run to the
polls and vote for CCM. Hammer time again.
Hammer time again. Show me a hammer, show me a hammer.
Polls and vote for CCM. Here we go. CCM ready and fit for the election. Only visions heading in one direction. 5 more years to keep up the momentum. All on one marching to the same drum. CCM, foot soldier, all around the island. On the mark, get
ready.
You ain't start, vote smart.
Run to the polls
and vote for CCM.
Run, 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 run.
On the mark, get ready. You ain't start, vote smart. Run to the polls and vote for CCM. CCM record is one of distinction. Looking out for the interest of all vision.
Hey!
CCM federal representation. Working for the good of this little nation. We're now getting our fair share. Everywhere.
Run to the polls.
Get ready. You ain't start. Vote smart. Run to the polls and vote for CCM. On the mark.
Get ready.
You ain't start.
Run to the polls.
Run to the polls and vote for CCM.
Right now we're playing our campaign songs.
No comparison between us and them.
Run to the polls.
People matter most for the CCM. When it comes to leadership, man better than them.
Tell you.
The man Eric Gibilin, he is a gem. Dynamite, Alexis, this great team means business. On the mark, get ready. You ain't start, vote smart.
Run to the polls
and vote for CCM. On the mark, get ready. You ain't start, vote smart. Run to the polls and vote for CCM. On the mark, get ready. You ain't start, vote smart. Run to the polls and vote for CCM. In the
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening to all of you who are listening VON radio at this time, who are looking at us via the various social media. Welcome to another virtual meeting put on by the Concerned Citizens Movement Party right here at the party headquarters at Caribbean Cove. As usual, ladies and gentlemen, we always start our meetings with a word of prayer. And tonight is no different. So I want to call on the Honorable Spencer Brand to lead us in a word of prayer. Honorable Spencer Brand.
Thank you very much, King Keith Descendant Scarborough, MBE. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very pleasant good evening to those who are viewing via Facebook and on YouTube, and certainly those who are listening via Von Radio, the only powerhouse in the Eastern Caribbean. Shall we prepare ourselves and our minds and our hearts for a word of prayer, please? Holy and most gracious Father, we come to you once again in this conversation with the people. We pray, O God, that while we seek to deliver our message with truth, that you inspire the hearts of all of our people to do the right thing on the 5th of June. We ask you, O God, to be with the speakers tonight, give them the clearness of thought and the forthrightness that they will deliver their message to all those who are listening and viewing at this time. Take charge, O God, of this meeting. Allow it to be entertaining and fulfilling. And we ask you, O God, to protect the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis as we continue to stay ahead of this COVID pandemic. I want to, O God, say thanks to all of those frontline workers, those persons who are charged with ensuring that the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis are kept safe and that the right information is given to all our people. We thank you, O God, for this opportunity to lift up our voices to you. Bless our people and bless our nation. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Honorable Spencer Brand, for that wonderful prayer. Ladies and gentlemen of Nevis, tonight it is my night to chair. The Concerned Citizens Movement Party, of course, has a number of speakers, and from time to time, we change the chairperson. A versatile party we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 days remaining. 6 days to ensure that we keep the momentum. 6 days to ensure that the good relationship between St. Kitts and Nevis continues. The good working relationship. But before I get into my brief remarks prior to our first speaker, I think it is time to remind the whole of Nevis to check to ensure that their voter's ID is valid. Check to make sure your voter's ID is valid. If it is not, you can go to the electoral office at the top of Chapel Street and get it done in 10 minutes. Let us not wait until the last minute to go looking for our voter's ID. Check to ensure your voter's ID is valid. But if it is not valid, like I said before, you can go to the electoral office and have it renewed in just a couple of minutes. If you can't find the voter's ID, you can use your driver's license, but ensure that that too is valid. You can use your social security card, but please ensure that that too is valid. You can use your passport. Again, I want you to ensure that that too is valid. We don't want you to wait until Friday morning to go looking for a proper ID so that you can vote. So we are asking you this evening, and we shall ask you every evening going forward over the next 6 days, to please check to ensure that your voter's ID is valid. Additionally, I want to ask you to check and ensure that your name is on the voters list. Very important. The lists for these elections are now out, and the various candidates would have a copy of their list please do not wait until Friday to look for your name, to ask where your name is. Now is the time to go searching or go and ask a question regarding whether your name is on the voters list and regarding where it is you're supposed to be voting. Very important that you do it now and save yourself the trouble of having to look for these things on Friday. Friday's election, ladies and gentlemen, is a very serious election. A very, very serious election. And I want this evening to take you down memory lane. I want to remind you of what was. I want to remind you of what is now. Because some people seem to forget what we went through years ago. What we went through prior to 2015. So sometimes it is very important to remind persons where we were prior to 2015. Very important. This election, you have a decision to make, which is very easy. And it is easy for two reasons. It is easy because the record of the Concerned Citizens Movement in party, in government, from 2015 to now is an excellent record at the federal level. It is easy because the quality of the candidates on the CCM side far exceeds the quality of those on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, listening via VON and via the social media, you too, especially you in the diaspora, we recognize that due to circumstances, you cannot be here with us for these elections. We recognize that. But you can still play a major part in ensuring that your family at home, your brothers and sisters, go to the polls on Friday, the 6th of June. Friday the 5th, my apologies, of June. I want to take you down memory lane, like I said earlier. Because, ladies and gentlemen, in 1980, we formed a coalition with the People's Action Movement. The NRP party did that. And between 1980 and 1995, they were part and parcel of the federal government. It is important that you remember that. And in 1985, the Nevis Island government check was bounced for the first time. With NRP in power, our check were bounced in 1985. While they were part and parcel of a federal coalition. They joined the Labour Party, the NRP that is, in 2010. And in 2014, with them being in coalition, this time with the Labour Party, again, our check was bounced. The civil servants' check were bounced. I am trying to set a pattern for you, to show you the records of both parties at the federal level. But right now, I am dealing with the NRP record, because it's not a good one. It is not a good one. After 19 years of being part of a federal government, we are unable to point to anything that we got as a result of the NRP party being part and parcel of a federal administration. Very important for you to understand that. Ladies and gentlemen, you would have heard of the record of the Honorable Patrice Nisbet at the federal level. So I won't touch that again. But it is important to note that the record that he has is also not a good one. Not a good one. On the flip side, ladies and gentlemen of Nevis, on the flip side, we had a mere 5 years joining with a team unity administration. And you would have heard of the benefits that we have gotten thus far. But I want to remind you, aside from the benefits that we would have gotten in terms of physical structures, the treasury, the hospital, Mundo Track, the police station in Newcastle, Wallipia, you would have heard the whole list from time to time. But I want to remind you that prior to the CCM being part of a team unity federal administration, we never had an ambassador from Nevis. Never. Under the Honorable Mark Brantley, we are able to boast of several persons working in the diplomatic field. Several. In the 19 years of NRP, being part of the federal government, we didn't have one. Very important. We didn't have one. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you that only a few years back, we were forced to go to the IMF with the NRP in government, a federal government. Only a few years back, we lost our visa-free status with Canada, with the NRP being part of a federal government. Our passport had begun to hit rock bottom with the NRP being part of a federal government. On the flip side of that, under the Honorable Mark Brantley as Foreign Affairs Minister, we are now #1 in the OECS, #2 in CARICOM. So ladies and gentlemen, to cut a long story short, it is pure pluses on the side of the concerned citizens movement being part of the federal administration, and pure negatives on the part of the NRP being part of a federal administration. At present, over the last 5 years, but at present, the relationship between St. Kitts and Nevis, you would have heard many times, has been the best that it has ever been. You would recall, and let us not forget, you would recall the type of relationship we had prior to 2015. It was not good. It was not good. And we have a golden opportunity on Friday the 5th of June to ensure that this good relationship continues, to ensure Nevis continue to get its fair share. Because, ladies and gentlemen, listening to VON radio and listening to us via the social media, if we allow the Labour Party to get his hands back on this island of Nevis, you will pray for COVID to come. I can assure you that as bad as COVID is, Labour Party getting its hands back on the island of Nevis will be worse. Ladies and gentlemen, my duty tonight is to chair the proceedings. We have a lot of speakers lined up for you, so I want, without further ado, to introduce our first speaker this evening to address you once again, the Honorable Spencer Brand. Mr. DJ, give me some music. Let's make this meeting lively tonight. I need music interjected. Let's hear it for the Honorable Spencer Brand.
Wear jacket and tie and walk barefoot. The only difference is whether I'm good or evil. Oh, a man is still a man, whether I'm rich or poor, black or white for sure. The only difference is whether I'm good or evil. Listen, friend, we see lots of different people in the street, wiping car glass window. This is what they do day to day, just to get a little food to eat. Oh yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dide, Keith Scarborough, and thank you very much, Zimba. Ladies and gentlemen, as this and that would have indicated to you, we are in the final days of this campaign. We are on the final leg, ladies and gentlemen, of what I believe will be a historic victory for the CCM party next Friday. But I want to say to all of us that even though we believe that we will achieve this victory, we cannot take anything for granted. We cannot take anything for granted. Now I am hearing from some of our staunchest supporters that there are some hesitation about going to vote on Friday. And I want to say to our people, this is not a time to hesitate whether you must go on to vote on Friday or not. You ought not to be in that state of mind at this stage. I want to say to you that it must be clear in your mind that on Friday morning you will be one of the first in the line to vote for CCM. I want to say to you that it must be clear in your mind that you will encourage your family and your friends to go to the polls on Friday to vote for CCM. There must not be any doubt. At this stage, you must not be wondering whether or not you will go to vote. I am saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, your position must be clear. We have come to you night after night and make the case as to why you should vote for the 3 CCM candidates. We have come to you and we have outlined to you why is it that those on the other side cannot be trusted. And we have brought to you the necessary evidence. We have used their own words and said to you that instead of them uplifting the people of Nevis, they continue to denigrate the people of Nevis. So this is not a time for you to be uncertain whether or not you should go to vote. This is a critical election. And I want to say to you that elections do have consequences. And you can have positive consequence and you can also have negative consequence. But I'm putting it to you tonight that if the other side were to see the halls of Parliament in Bastia, there will be negative consequences for the island of Nevis. There will be. Their words have not shown me that they have any love for this country. Their actions have not shown to me that they have any love for this country. So I'm saying it to you. This should be a clear decision. On the contrary, the words and the actions of your CCM candidate must inspire you and tell you that they do love this country. That they do have the country of Nevis and the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis at heart. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an election about the future of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. This is an election about the future of Nevis. And whether we like it or not, your role in this election is critical. I am appealing to you that you cannot take this election for granted. The Concerned Citizens Movement Party is offering to you 3 distinguished candidates. You know them. You have seen them at work. Every day they fight for you and for the people of Nevis. Every single day they seek to make this country better. And it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy. This government from 2017 until now have been dealing with one challenge after another. Brown Hill Communication closure. Brown Hill Communication closure. The Four Seasons closure. COVID. And I'm telling you that they have buckled down and ensure that the people of Nevis continue to move forward. Corona. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come through some difficult times in this country in the recent past. Some difficult times. And I am seeing that the future of this country is looking bright. I believe that we have turned the corner. And we have some challenges, yes we do. But I believe that we will overcome them as well. But we cannot turn back now. We cannot change course. We cannot stop the momentum at this time. We have to ensure that you strengthen the hand of your CCM government in Bastille. My simple message to the people of Nevis number 11. We are offering to you the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. And we are appealing to you to give him a chance. That's all we are asking. Give him a chance. St. Thomas's and St. James's, we are asking you on the 5th of June to allow yourselves to excel. You have been suffocating for the past 20 years with a representative that have not delivered.
Hammer time again.
Run to the polls and vote for CCM.
That's right. In number 10, we are bringing to you the mayor of Hanley's Road. Well, he's more than the mayor now. He's the representative of Gingerland. The Godfather. He boasting a 52 per week. But ladies and gentlemen, you know Eric Evelyn. All of you know him. And we are saying to the people of Gingerland, do what you do best. Send Eric Evelyn to Bastille. And in Nevis number 9, we are offering to you our premier, the Honorable Mark Brantley. St. John's and St. Paul's. This is the man that you can depend on. This is the man that you can trust. This is the man, ladies and gentlemen, that have the interest and the well-being of all the people of Nevis at heart. And when you allow him the opportunity to continue to represent you in Bastia, I am certain that he will continue to deliver. So the message is clear, ladies and gentlemen. We want you on the 5th of June to vote for your country. Vote for your beloved island. And I want to say to those persons who are non-nationals in this country, you have come to Nevis and you have had a decent life. We have embraced you. You have found yourself under different governments. And you must recognize that the Concerned Citizens Movement Party has been the best political organization on the island of Nevis that have embraced you. And we are asking you to vote for the CCM candidate in your area. Ladies and gentlemen, now is not the time to change course. Now is not the time to turn back. On Friday, the 5th of June, your mission, your single mission is to vote overwhelmingly for the Concerned Citizens Movement Party in all 3 constituencies and strengthen the hand of your CCM party in government. Thank you and good night.
The only difference is when I'm good or river.
Thank you, Honorable Spencer Brand. Wonderful presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, I want at this point to present to you the Honorable Troy Utran Liebert.
Hammer time again.
Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for Troy.
CCM ready and fit for the election. Only visions heading in one direction. 5 more years to keep up the momentum. All on one marching to the same drum. CCM, foot soldier, all around the island. On the map, get ready, you will start. Vote smart, run to the vote and vote for CCM.
That sounds like a big tune. That's a new tune. We should have had Culturama this year. I would have loved to be jamming coming down the road to that song. Good night, everybody. If you're listening to us via Van Radio, Eastern Caribbean's powerhouse, we're having a good time tonight. You can't see me, but you can hear me. If you're watching via the live YouTube, I want to welcome you. Tell all your friends. If you don't see your friends on the live, call them, ask them where they are. If you're on the Facebook Live and you don't see your friends, call them and ask them where they are and tell them to join. If they don't have the link, send them the link, because the big blue machine is on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't expecting to talk tonight, but I get a little chance to give her 10 minutes. I must say to God be the glory, because I'm always happy to come to the mic to promote this CCM party, to promote our 3 candidates for these federal elections. Because this is a serious election that's going to have serious consequences if we are to make the wrong choice here on Nevis. But I am confident in the Nivision electorate. And guess what? We have been walking through and through. And let me come out in front of the camera just for a second because I just get me new blue shoes and they're shining. These are my campaign shoes. I see them. So we're ready. We're ready for the road.
CCM,
you know?
with it.
This is just going to be a short little pep talk. I want you all to know we're ready. We are out there talking to people. And guess what? I'm enjoying it. I enjoy going to people's homes. You know, this coronavirus had sort of kept us from doing this because we wanted to be on the road for a long time, but we couldn't go out. We are still social distancing, but we are at least now getting the opportunity to go and talk to people. And I've been spending most of my time in Nevis 9, as you know. And as I've been walking all around Nevis 9 and talking to people, if I'm talking to the young, the middle-aged, and the elderly, there seems to be one trend. You know, we are accustomed to going out and we talk about what the Concerned Citizens Movement is doing and what we are going to bring for people. But lately, and especially today, when I'm out talking to people, the same question just keep coming. Well, who Mark running against? That is the question that I keep getting because it seems like nobody really knows this gentleman, especially in St. John's, in Upper St. John's. I spent today in Upper St. John's and people saying, well, I don't know this fella. Who is Mark running against? We know Mark. We know his record. We know who he is. So see me, right? See me trying to explain to people who Mark's opponent is. So hear me. He used to be in agriculture. He had a broiler farm, chicken farm. Used to deal with those type of things, selling the chicken and so on, the poultry. Okay? And then I believe he was a teacher. Used to teach at one of the high schools, Charlestown Secondary School. Okay? And then see me now say, I believe after that, he became permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Lands under Roberto Hector. I see people look up at me sideways like, he been there too with the land thing? You understand? And then I say, after that, I believe he was the president of CFBC. They say, oh, he. And you know, house after house is the same thing. They say, well, tell me about the CFBC story, you know? And I say, boss, you are going to have to tune in tonight because Mark said he walking with the grip. No. I thought he was going to walk with the grip last night. No.
This is original.
You understand?
This is original.
I thought the grip was going to come out last night, but let's hope it comes out tonight. So, time after time, as if on cue, when you talk to people and you say, yeah, he was president of CFBC, they say, I hear. Okay. And the people are curious. They want to know what went on. And I remember going by one kind of elderly lady. And after going through the same rhythm, after that she asked me, so I notice everything you say used to. Every time you say he do something, you say he used to. So what he do now? That's what the lady asked me. What he do now? I said, ma'am, I don't know, you know. You're going to have to wait for if he come around to you to ask him.
Bath, for example, there are 3 in particular in Bath. They live in here. And now you see them coming out, you know, like termites.
So that must be his job. Calling the people of Bath termites and referring to the people of Bath as house Negroes. Well, I don't know. But I told the lady, you know, I don't know. If he does come around to you, then you can ask him. Because they said they don't know the gentleman. They know Mark and they know his record. And his record is one of success. His record of service is a good record. His record is an impeccable record, ladies and gentlemen. So when I'm walking through in my new shiny shoes, I feel good campaigning because the reception is really, really good. And everybody's saying the same thing. Is CCM we voting? We keeping the momentum. That is what everybody is saying. They're saying you all don't have to worry. You all don't have to worry. We have you because we know that CCM is the only party that has the best interests of the people of Nevis at heart.
CCM, go with it.
You know when sometimes you go by somebody and you know what they tell you? Why you bother come for? You think we forget? In our Nevis language, you think we forget? We not forget. NRP over in St. Kitts all the time and they never represent us. Not a thing come back when they go over there. When CCM go to St. Kitts, we get results. And that is what we want. And that is why we're going to stick with CCM. That is why we're holding the momentum.
Run to the balls and vote for CCM.
And that is what I've been hearing all day long. I've been on the road from early this morning. I only went home this evening, take a shower and then come here. All day on the road talking to people, and it is the same refrain. People saying, well, we haven't seen them for years. Since the last election in 2017, we haven't seen them. I told you all I went by some fellas up in Beach Road, and they say, the man come up there and he don't even talk to us properly. Hensley leading him around, showing him everybody, because he doesn't know anybody, and nobody knows him. And they're saying, well, how are we going to vote for this guy and we don't know him? We don't. We're voting for Mark, that's what they're saying. We're sticking with CCM. And I know that the same experience that I am having in Nevis 9 is the same experience we have in Nevis 10, because not even NRP want their own candidate in Nevis 10. I don't think we need to spend more than one sentence on Nevis 10, because that done. So in Nevis 11, I believe it's the same thing too, because after a while of non-performance, everybody have to get fed up of that. And everybody gonna want to come out of that. And if you look in the dictionary for non-performance, you have to see the representative for Nevis 11. You have to, because he has been there for 20 years and you can't point to a single thing that he has brought back to the people of 11 or to the people of Nevis for that matter. So if you give a man a job and for 20 years he has brought back nothing, why are you going to send him again? And I'm saying that the people of 11, you have a much better choice in Alexis Jeffers. So ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking for here in Nevis, we're looking for the Honorable Alexis Jeffers in 11. We're looking for the Honorable Eric Evelyn in 10. And we're looking for the Honorable Premier Mark Brantley in Nevis 9. So ladies and gentlemen, we want you, Nevisians. We want you here, because remember you're voting for your brothers and sisters overseas who can't come into it. We want you to hold strain and keep the momentum with the concerned citizens movement in this election. Thank you very much.
We voting for CCM again. CCM go keep it up, keep it up.
Thank you. Honorable Troy Utant Liebert. I thought that I said earlier, Utrant, but it's Utant, I am told, Liebert. Thank you very much, Troy, for that exciting presentation. You know, the CCM team have a backup team to the real team. We always had a good backup team to the real team. And you would have seen it in the Honorable Spencer Brand, night after night. You would have seen it in the Honorable Troy Liebert, night after night. And from time to time, I will slip in to help out the boys. Tonight is no different. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to keep the program rolling because I want tonight to be exciting. And I want tonight to be about the 3 candidates. I want them to come and say to you, the good people of Nevis who are listening to VON Radio, the good people who are listening to the various social medias. I want you to get the message loud and clear this evening. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I will not take no more time, not waste no more time. I want to go directly and give the speakers, the candidates, as much opportunity as possible to deliver their message to you. So at this point, I want to call to the podium the great man from Gingerland, the dancing minister, the man who is going to dance his way into Bastille, no matter what they say about him. Eric Evelyn is so strong that they can't find a candidate. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Honorable Eric Evelyn. Eric Evelyn.
Only we just heading in one direction. 5 more years to keep up the momentum. All at one marching to the same drum. CCM, foot soldier, all around the island. On the map, get ready, you will start, won't start, run to the call and go to CCM. On the map, get ready, you will start, won't start, run to the call and go to CCM.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Man, I'm feeling the momentum. CCM has the momentum. And we are moving with that momentum straight to Church Street. I want to say good evening to all of the lovely folks who are here, who have joined us. Of course, we know we have a small crowd. And we want to say to the large crowd that are following us on social media and who are following us on the radio, good night and good evening to you, and it's such a pleasure to be here once again on this beautiful Saturday night. You know, I am going to be short tonight because tonight I don't even feel like talking because I believe the celebration don't start. The celebration don't start. So tonight, I feel like celebrating. I don't feel like talking much, so I'm going to be brief. And you know, as Troy was up here, and Troy spoke about going through the villages, going through the alleys, going through the nooks and crannies, and talking to the people. We have been doing that on a daily basis. And you know, I was over in the Zion area today, down in the housing project. And one person said to me, Eric, please stop wasting your gas. You know that we have your back over here. You know that we're going to vote for you in overwhelming numbers as usual. So please go home and rest yourself. This evening as well, I spoke to a constituent in the Hanleys Road area. He said, well, I go into work on Friday morning, but I am going to reach the polling station very early. I am going to get there before 7, because even though my employer has already said that you can take as much time as you want to go and vote, I am going to make my X for you before I go to work. And so the response has been overwhelming in 9, 10, and 11. And that momentum that we have, it's getting stronger and stronger. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? The momentum is not only with the candidates, you know. The momentum is not only with Mark, Alexis, and myself. The momentum is with the people. The momentum is with Nevis. The momentum is with this beautiful island of Nevis. And I'm here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, with just this short, brief message to everyone that with your CCM party in government, with Mark, Alexis, and myself, this is leadership that has delivered. This is leadership that deserves a second chance, and this is leadership that will deliver again. With the Honorable Mark Brantley as one of our representatives in the federal government, no one in their right mind can ever say that Mark hasn't delivered. He has delivered as the most effective, the most powerful, the most efficient Minister of Foreign Affairs. He has delivered for not only Nevis, but for St. Kitts and Nevis. We have seen our leadership throughout this pandemic. Leadership that has delivered. You have seen the stimulus package from the federal government. You have seen the stimulus package from the Nevis Island administration. Leadership that has delivered. Leadership that deserves a second chance. Leadership that will deliver again. And so, with the stellar leadership that you've had from the Honorable Mark Brantley, how could the people of Nevis 10, sorry, Nevis 9, getting too excited. How can the people of Nevis 9 say to the Honorable Mark Brantley, no? They will say on Friday, the 5th of June, a resounding yes, we are sending you back to Bastille. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I will be going for the first time to the federal cabinet and the federal assembly. And I know the people of Nevis 10 are 100% behind me, because I have been with them and they are with me. And so, this is leadership that has delivered. Leadership that you will give a chance, and leadership that will deliver. And when we go over to Nevis 11, the action man, Alexis Zook Jeffers, you have seen him at work here in the Nevis Island administration. You can't ask for more in St. James. You can't ask for more in Nevis. You can't ask for more in NHLDC from Alexis Zook Jeffers. Leadership that has delivered. Leadership that deserves a chance in Bastille. And leadership that will deliver. And so, I want to start from tonight because the countdown is already on. The countdown is on to Friday, the 5th of June. It's going to be a historic day in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and more so on the island of Nevis, when all 3 seats from the CCM 9, 10, and 11 will be victorious. And Nevis is going to get even nicer. Nevis is going to get even nicer. Nevis nice, and it will get even nicer when our hand is strengthened and we go to Bastille, singing the same tune from the same hymn sheet, Mark, Alexis, and Eric in Bastille on Church Street, representing the people of the island of Nevis. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want I want tonight to tell those of you who do not have your voter ID ready, those of you whose voter ID has expired, you can go to the electoral office and get your voter registration done. I'm sorry, get it renewed in about 5 minutes. Have absolutely no fear. Nothing will keep you from going to the polls on Friday the 5th of June and sending the Concerned Citizens Movement back into Team Unity. Nothing will stop you. And so, if by chance you have misplaced your ID card, you can vote with your passport, you can vote with your social security card, you can vote with your driver's license. Once you have a valid government-issued ID that has not expired, you can go to the polls and make your mark. I know people have already been asking as to where they are voting. We will have that information to you very, very soon. But in the meantime, we want you to keep the momentum with the Concerned Citizens Movement. Keep the momentum with Nevis. Keep the momentum with Mark. Keep the momentum with Alexis. Keep the momentum with me. And keep the momentum with Nevis going forward. All three for we in 2020. Thank you. God bless you. Good night.
Hammer time again. Run to the polls and vote for CCM. Here we go. CCM ready and fit for the election.
Yeah, 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 yeah. They are top 10 more. We voted for CCM again. CCM go keep it up, up, up. Just keep it up, 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 up. Keep it up. CCM keep up the momentum. Keep it up, up, up. Just keep it up, 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 up. Keep it up, up, up. Leave it. When you're feeling like you can't go on, hold on, hold on, oh.
Thank you, Honorable Eric Evelyn. You were a little shorter than I thought you would have been. You know, we are getting close to June 5th. So we are turning the corner, and you would recognize from the speakers that they have gone into a celebratory kind of mood. So rather than speaking long, they're giving you exciting presentations, because we believe we would have said enough. Over the past 2 weeks, we have been telling you of the importance of voting in this election. We have been telling you of the quality of candidates that we have on the CCM side. We have been telling you of the record of the Concerned Citizens Movement at the federal and local level. Excellent record. We have told you of the importance of these elections. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a couple of minutes to appeal to the people of St. James and St. Thomas's in particular. Because, ladies and gentlemen of St. James and St. Thomas's, you would have sent the Honorable Patrice Nisbet to St. Kitts for the past 20 years. And we would have spoke of his bad record at the federal level. But I want to remind you of something else. Very important. You, the good people of St. James's and St. Thomas's, elect the Honorable Patrice Nisbet to represent you in St. Kitts. And every time the Labour Party walks out of the Federal Assembly, Patrice walks out with them. And nobody troubled Patrice. He was sent there by you, the good people of St. James and St. Thomas's Parish, to represent you, the good people. But every time there's a dispute in Parliament that the Labour Party is not happy with, they walk out. And nobody troubling Patrice Nisbet, but he walks out with them. Is that what you want? That is not the kind of representation you deserve. You deserve much better than that. And I know people of St. James and people of St. Thomas's, in the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, you would get the representation you deserved. He has been called by his peers the hardest working minister in the Nevis Island administration. You would have seen his works over the past 7 years. It is an impressive record. The Madden's Housing Project, one of the best in the Eastern Caribbean. Kuhun Estate, beautiful housing development. And I remind you that the quarry at New River, which had been sleeping on the NRP, was actually turned over to a foreign company under the Nevis Reformation Party. It took the Honorable Alexis Jeffers to turn it into a cash cow for the island and people of Nevis. Ladies and gentlemen of St. James and St. Thomas's, your choice is simple, very simple. The quality and leadership of the two candidates clearly points in the direction of the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. You would have seen Patrice on the federal stage for 20 years. You would have received nothing. Nothing. He has decided to team up with a man who cried when Nevis got a check for $10 million. Let us not forget that, people of St. Thomas's and St. James's. When in 2015 you were campaigning, we saw the Honorable Denzel Douglas for the first time coming to Nevis to confess how he loved Nevisians so much. And the NRP cheered, hugged him up, rallied with him. And the first couple months of the Team Unity administration, we received a check for $10 million. And Denzel Douglas almost went crazy. But this Patrice Nisbet, despite all of that, is coming to tell you to support him once again, to join the very same man who cried when Nevis got $1. The evidence is clear. People of St. Thomas's and St. James. Very clear. And I want you in this election to vote overwhelmingly, based on the quality leadership of the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, based on the track record of the Concerned Citizens Movement Party at the federal level, and of course, based on the lack of record, the lack of performance of Patrice Nisbet. We shouldn't even be campaigning to you about the two candidates in St. James and St. Thomas's, because they both have a record. One is a very powerful record that you could see for yourself. The other is also a record, but it's just that you can't see it. It is non-existent. Non-existent. This election, ladies and gentlemen of St. James and St. Thomas's, is too important for you to remain with someone who you would have given an opportunity for 20 years to show you what they can do. And they have shown you in 20 years that nothing has been delivered on the federal stage when it comes to Patrice Nisbet. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to the platform to address you this evening the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, our candidate in constituency 11. Honorable Alexis Jeffers.
Prince of Darkness walks behind me, but he will never, 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 never control me. Today I live a life of sorrow, working for the joys of the bright tomorrow. Carrying my cross, carrying my cross. Wisdom, show me the right.
Good night, everyone. Good night also to all those who are listening via Von Radio and also viewing this streaming meeting via Facebook and all of the social media platforms. It's good to be here again at the campaign headquarters of the Concerned Citizens Movement right here at the Caribbean Cove. Tonight is a Saturday night, and this is, I believe, our third Saturday night coming here to this particular venue to speak to you who are gathered here and also to all who are listening and viewing throughout the world. Persons have continued to follow this great CCM party and our meetings simply because we are the best. And as they say, in a particular institution, Von Radio, I must say, only the best will do. And that is why we have come, and we have come every night with what we feel is clean, wholesome views and opinions and also facts that we can present to you every night that you can latch on to, and so as to make a decision come June 5th of this year.
Alexis Jeffers and Eric Evelyn.
You see, I'm talking a certain way because I'm still trying to nurse my voice. But I'll make it through. And tonight, I had to laugh because we told Eric to be short, but I didn't realize he was going to be that short. Eric, you have to learn to strike the balance between long and short.
No.
Anyway, I'm just kidding. That's my good friend Eric, and I'm just talking about him this way because I can. But ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be here. And it's always good to come to a CCM rally. And when I come to this rally, even if I say I'm going to be a bit more subdued, as soon as I get behind the microphone, I'm revved up and ready to go. Well, you're saying short, but I'm going to talk. When I get a bit too long, well, I'm going to leave it up to you to tell me to come down. But listen, I started last night and the night before speaking about what is happening up in Nevis 11. I have said to you that apparently the candidate has gone in hiding and is sending out all kind of persons to make calls throughout the constituency to encourage persons to vote for him. And everyone whom they have called have mentioned to me that they have said to those callers, send the candidate to me to ask for their vote. Well, I know the candidate won't come, so I have gone, and I want to say to the people of St. James, for example, because I know down in St. Thomas's, most if not all of the campaign paraphernalias have been given out down there. Well, I have sought to give out my own campaign paraphernalias, the bag with the t-shirt, the hat, headset and whistle, and also, oh, we have some watches this time. So it is indeed my pleasure going around and handing those out. You know why? I go by myself for a reason as well too. I want to interact with my people. I want my people to say to me exactly what is on their mind. I want them to articulate the things that are impacting them, whether positively or negatively. The negative things we want to make sure we can fix them and bring about a change. The positive things we'll want to build on those and ensure that we can continue to make a difference in the lives of the people of Nevis 11 and by extension the people of Nevis. So I've gone around with those bags, and of course some persons are still awaiting the receipt of their bags, but we're going to be there. I'm going to be there, so I'll continue to do so. But it always brings a joy to my heart when I can walk up to anyone. It doesn't matter whether you're a supporter of Alexis Jeffers and the CCM party, but it gives me great pleasure to come out there and interact and bring those goodies to you. So I'll continue tomorrow, I'll continue the day after, and the day after that, and I'll continue coming all the way down to, I believe the DJ, I gotta tell you, get it right. Get it right, bring it in when it should come. Well, they'll get it right before the week is done. But I want to always come out and interact with my people and to make sure that I'm getting whatever message is being brought from them to me or from me to them so that we can make things better for all of us. Your CCM party in government and your CCM party over the years have sought to make it our business to put people at the front and center of all that we do. We have sought to ensure that we bring jobs. We have sought to ensure that we improve our education system. We have sought to bring housing and proper housing, that is. We have sought to develop the infrastructure here on the island of Nevis. Water improvement, water enhancement. We have sought to do every facet of development that would ensure that progress is brought to the people of Nevis and the island of Nevis. So when I come out to speak, I want, and when I come to greet you, I want you to put these things to me so that I can make sure I can bring about those changes that need to be made. But ladies and gentlemen, this evening, I want to continue with some of the things that I started talking about last night. I spoke about the NHLDC last night. The Premier did speak about NHLDC as well. But one of the things that I told myself when I was given the privilege to lead that institution and the ministry and departments associated with that institution, that is the Ministry of Agriculture, under which the NHLDC falls. I said at some point in my journey, I want to look back at what we have done and what we have sought to do to ensure that our journey is one that includes the people of Nevis, include our young men and young women, and to ensure that they are benefiting from the resources of the island of Nevis. But before I go there, I want to say that when we assumed the responsibility of that institution, all of you in this meeting here this evening, all of you who are listening and viewing would know what the conversation was like prior to 2013. It was no secret to us here in the island of Nevis what was happening at that institution. You heard about steel gone missing. All sort of lumber, plywood, and all kind of houses were being built. Lands were going left, right, and center. All kind of issues pertaining to land. I don't want to go into all of the houses and land that one minister would have accumulated for himself and his families. But I want to say to you that one of the transactions that caught my eyes when I undertook the responsibilities there was a transaction that was done by the former manager of that institution. One whereby he sought to impersonate his father and sold a piece of land to the corporation for $187,000.
Yes, I.
When I looked at it, and I can speak about it because we received a judgment regarding that particular transaction, and it was in the favor of the people of Nevis, not me. Even though I was attached to that particular court case, it was not about me. It was about ensuring that we secure what was and what belonged to the people of Nevis. That transaction, in my opinion, was one of the most egregious transaction I could ever think about. How on God's earth someone who is entrusted with the responsibilities of managing an institution can seek to undertake to sell land, a piece of land to the corporation as the manager for $187,000, and of course he would have received $125,000 up to the point in time when he went away from that particular position and went abroad. When I saw that, I discontinued any further payment to that individual. Well, we did a valuation ourselves and we realized that something was amiss. And that is why I decided and determined at that point in time, along with the board of directors, that we couldn't pay a penny more. So the gentleman took us to court. Well, he has that right. We went to court. And after the judge would have heard that matter, the judge said, no way, this cannot stand. Cannot stand. So the people of Nevis would have won the right to demand their $125,000 back. Well, I have instructed our lawyers to tell the gentleman, pay as soon as possible. No time wasted. The payment hasn't been made yet. I haven't heard about any appeal to the matter as well. What are you going to appeal anyway? Because as far as I'm concerned, those lands, if they had belonged to Eustace Sr., Eustace Jr. was saying it's his land. And they were not his lands. So we are saying that we need 100, not we. When I say we, let's say we, because it includes myself. We want $125,000 back. And someone say with interest as well, of course, yes. CCM I want to say to you that those monies is just a small example of the various transactions that took place there, where the financial burden was brought on the people of Nevis, but they were living well while you were catching hell in this country or in this island. So we won that case. We won that case. Because, you know, there are many other cases to come to, you know, we're going to win more. Because any judge that sits on those matters and examine the truth and the veracity of the evidence that is brought, they will tell you that something is not right about what took place at that NHLDC over those years. When those, well, Vance had a word for them, 2 words, were in charge of that institution. There are other cases to come, but one by one, we are going to take the matters to the court and let the court decide. But how could you take up lands that are not yours to sell to an institution? You see, if we did not come to government in 2013, you know, all of that would have gone through clean as a whistle. Maybe we would not have gotten the lands at all or any title to those lands, because you understand the lands didn't belong to the seller. And if they don't belong to the seller, then they can't produce title for those lands. And that is where the problem lies. And I pointed that out to you because when these people, he is not running, he's not putting his name on a ballot, but he was a part of an institution that was run by the NRP, a minister who was responsible in the NRP administration. So when it's all said and done, all of them knew what was going on, because I tell you what, the same fellow up there in Nevis 11, he was the one who was in there handling that case. But he was a member of the board as well. The minister that was responsible for that board and that institution, he came in there to give evidence as well. They all knew that something was wrong with that transaction, but they came in to defend the transaction that could not stand what we say in time, the litmus test. But why would they want to come to fight something that was not appropriate in the first place? But that is just a part of them. That is how they are. But I am glad that the people of Nevis on January 20, I believe it's January 18th of 2013, determined that it was time to turn a new page, go in a new direction, usher in a decent government in this island. And I bring this up because we have come to you in this election. And we have to remind you of some of the things of the past to make sure that you do not make a mistake in these elections to put anyone from that party in any position to make such decision again. Because you know, if you make that mistake, if you think they were bad in the past, Lord of mercy, give them another chance and you will know how barley grow. You will find out how barley grow in this island. And I'm putting it to you because time after time, as voters on this island, we tend to forget where we have come from. We tend to forget the achievements that we've had under a decent government, and have sought to listen to some of the rhetoric coming from the other side and be convinced. I'm telling you tonight, kindly disregard some of the nonsense that is coming from the other side. Your CCM party have performed. Your CCM party have sought to turn back the hands of time in this country from when NRP was there, when they took us down a road. Took us down a road of destruction, where they brought pain and poverty on us here on the island of Nevis. But while things were difficult, while our young men and young women were struggling in this island, while our parents, or many of the parents out there were struggling to send their children to school, all of them inside there, those who were in charge of the NHLDC, those who were in charge of some of the other institutions here on the island, they were living well. And while they were living well, you were catching, and you can finish that. So I start that way because we said before and we're saying again. I did say a while ago that we are not going to turn back the hands of time and go back to the NRP. Let me say it again. We cannot turn back the hands of time in this country. We cannot turn back the hands of time. We have to keep pressing on. Move forward with the CCM party. I have a simple mantra. I have a simple mantra. Going back is not the way forward. Going back is not the way forward. And that's why we're moving forward in Nevis 11, because we're not going back to the NRP in Nevis 11 for these federal elections. We are not going back to Patrice Nisbet because we're moving forward. We're not turning back to the hands of time again, because we need to be pushing forward. We have a song, Push Forward, right? Okay. You should have done jumping with that as soon as I say push forward. DJ, you're sleeping, come on. When you hear push forward, boom, push forward with the song. We're moving forward. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, let me get into some things now in terms of what we intend to do with the resources that we'll achieve and receive through our union with Team Unity. I have said to the young men and young women over there in Cotton Ground, and we are in the process of putting together that design for a new stadium right there at the Cotton Ground Playfield. Those will be done locally, yes, but it will be done with the resources that we'll receive, our rightful share out of our arrangement with Team Unity moving forward. We have articulated every night some of the things that we have gotten, many of the things we have gotten over the last 5 years. Those were achieved through our union with the People's Labour Party and the PAM Party. But you see that same playfield over there? Yes, it was done by the NRP and you give them credit. And we are a mature party because we'll give credit where credit is due. So they would have done that. But there is still much more work to be done. And we believe that once we undertake the upgrade of Grove Park, which is an upgrade in the amount of just about $15 million, we will be able to spend some in Cotton Ground, because once that upgrade is being done at Grove Park, cricket will still have to be played, football will still have to be played, sporting events will still take place. The question is, where will that happen? And that is why I do believe that Cotton Ground presents a very good, the play field over there at Cotton Ground presents a very good opportunity for us to upgrade that facility. Pavilion, bathrooms, visitors, home teams, each having their own dressing room over there. I know Eric will tell me down at Ball Pasha, that is. Ball Pasha also represent an alternative. But of course, there's nothing wrong with having two. You know, we have always said that we can attract any cricketing competition here in terms of whether it's a youth tournament sponsored by the Leeward Island Cricket Board. So if you bring 5 teams in here, for example, you can have a match in Cotton Ground, you can have one at Ball Pasha, all at the same time. So there's nothing wrong with having a second or third or fourth. So Cotton Ground, I can make that commitment to you. We have said that when we were speaking to you during the by-election, that we are coming, and we are coming to upgrade that facility with a brand new pavilion over there. I have said that our representation will be people-centered. It means that everything we do, it will be all about the people, especially our young men and young women. And why we focus on our young men and young women is because they are the future. At least they are the present, but also the future. And in terms of the future, we want to ensure that we are developing our young men and young women in a wholesome way. Sports can be that way to develop their minds and their physical abilities. So that is something that I would want to commit to from this very platform. I have also said that all up and down Nevis 11, those who have represented for 20 years never saw the need to include anyone from Nevis 11 in any of the national boards or national committees that exist in the Federation. I think the capabilities are there. The intellectual capacity exists in that constituency. So anyone from that constituency can find themselves participating and contributing to policy development and programs to impact our beautiful federation. So the commitment is there to ensure that our human resource capacity in that constituency will be looked after so that the contribution can be made to the development of this federation. Don't talk about infrastructural development. Once the resources are had, then infrastructural development will continue all up and down Nevis 11. All up and down Nevis. I want to say to you this evening that we can be proud of what we have accomplished before, but there's still more work to be done. And we have come to this particular crossroad in our development as a federation, but more so as an island. And as the island of Nevis look forward to the next 5 years in the federal arrangement, the island of Nevis and its people can be certainly assured that your CCM party will continue to work and work assiduously on your behalf. Many persons would ask, well, how come we didn't get much more in the first 5 years? And that might be a question that can be asked. But I will answer you and say, why didn't we get much more over the last 20 years? So I'm here to say to you tonight that 5 years represent much more, 4 times more than what we have gotten in 20 years. We said we got nothing. And if we can articulate almost 30 plus projects that we would have undertaken in the last 5 years, because of the resources we have gotten out of our federal arrangement and federal association of team unity, then of course it is much more than the other side can say they have gotten. And if we are committing to build on what we have already gotten, it means that even much more will be had out of this arrangement going forward. And I'm being positive tonight because I know the capabilities of the Honorable Mark Brantley. I know the capabilities of the Honorable Eric Evelyn. I absolutely am sure of my capabilities. And the examples of my exploits as a Minister of Government in the Nevis Island Assembly is there to show. Over the last 7 years, all I've done is roll up my sleeve and I've gone to work, and I continue to work. You know, this afternoon I was visiting some of our constituents. I told them I was 51 years. 51 years old. They tell me you look like you're 40. I tell them I don't only look like I'm 40, I behave like I'm 40, and I perform like I'm 40. That's why you see me up and down this island, working hard and ensuring that I bring results to the people of Nevis. So at least, if the people of Nevis 11, St. James and St. Thomas Parish, if you are to look at my exploits, and I'm making commitments to you tonight, it therefore means that your decision come the 5th of June, that is next Friday, it should be an easy one, very easy. Because if, for example, the other side is calling you and asking you to vote for their candidate, and you ask them, name me one thing that Patrice Nisbet has done over the last 20 years. Name me one thing that he has brought to the constituency of Nevis 11 over the last 20 years. And they cannot answer that question. I think that is an indictment on the gentleman, and it should be a clear reason why you cannot vote for him one more time. I said last night, persons come to you and ask for a chance. He has come 4 times. He came in 2000 and asked you for a chance. You gave him the chance. He came back in 2004 and asked for another chance. You gave him the chance. He came back in 2010 and asked for a 3rd chance. You gave him the chance. He came back in 2015 and he asked for another chance. You gave him the chance. Man, 4 times is a lot of times. So I'm coming to you tonight and I'm asking for just 1 chance. And over those 5 years, between 2020 to 2025, God spare my life, and I am able to bring just one thing to the constituency of Nevis 11. I would have done one thing more than Patrice would have done over the last 20 years. And I am so confident that I'll do much more than one. Because if I've done so much in 7 years, it means that over the next 5, when I'm on the bigger stage, when I'm in the federal parliament and cabinet, where the access to resources are there, then of course, just like I've asked that pier be built over there at Oale, when many on the other side spoke negatively about it, when they went the length and breadth of Nevis and said it should not be built, all sort of negativity, I said it will be built, and it was built. You know the interesting thing? I stepped on that pier this morning, and oh, what a wonderful feeling. The wind was blowing so nice and cool. And I got on a boat, went across to St. Kitts and came back and disembarked, and it was a wonderful feeling. And you know, that pier represents a quantum leap forward for the island of Nevis, you know. I don't care what they say. They could come with all they want. Because you remember the option that was just up about 100 yards up the beach. I saw one day, I was down there and I saw a tourist. She was going to Nisbet Plantation. The young lady came off. And that lady fell and injured herself. When I saw that, I said, this is not the welcoming atmosphere you want for visitors to the island. It is certainly not the welcoming atmosphere you want for your citizens. So I said something had to be done. when the opportunity came to buy that particular property, beachfront property, I don't care what they say it costs, because there is a cost to everything. But if you want to build a pier on the ocean, we are not a government who are going to say build a pier up in Raleigh, you know. It got to be on the ocean. So if you get an ocean front property in Jones Estate, it's going to be expensive. It ain't going to be cheap. So we have bought it, but that particular facility is not for tomorrow, you know. It's not for the day after or the month after. It is for years to come. Just look at the facility here in Charlestown. Look at the pier here in Charleston that was built so long ago, and it continues to provide services. It continues to provide that connection to Basti and other areas and other ports. So when you build something, when you improve the infrastructure, it is not for today or tomorrow or next week. It is for many, many, many years to come. Long after we are gone, persons will be enjoying the features of that facility. And that's how you think as a representative. That's how you think as a government. And that's what you do when you're elected and the powers are entrusted in you. As a minister, your job is to develop the island of Nevis. Do what you're asked to do and what you're mandated to do. So ladies and gentlemen, I pointed out that facility. I'm proud of that. Because you know what? Let me stand up straight, because all I'm doing is to make sure that Nevis develop, and Alexis Jeffers can point to something that I can call my legacy. My legacy, and I'm proud to say that. I don't care who don't want to talk about their legacy, because once I'm done with politics, I can always relax and look back and said that the people of St. James, for example, would have voted for me time and time again to go to work on their behalf. I would have gone into government to work on behalf of the people of Davis, and there are the examples. There they are. Just like the Newcastle police station. When we started that facility, didn't have much money. Started with almost nothing. I believe we started with about $50,000, but I told the PS Finance, I'm going to start, and we must get them finished. That was my belief then. It is still my belief, and it's almost complete. Listen, let me say to all of you, anytime you see that gate open on any given day, just go in and take a look. Just take a little look. Wonderful facility. I believe it can rival Park Hyatt. It can rival Marriott. It can rival Four Seasons. Beautiful, beautiful work. Wonderful work. And I know our policemen and women and firemen and women are eager to get into that facility. That had to be done because that is my constituency. And it was needed, of course. You're right, Charlie. But what I'm saying is that when you go into government, when you're elected by the people, you're elected to serve, you're elected to work, you're elected to represent. That word represent. And as such, I've come to this particular juncture in my presentation. You have to ask yourself, have you received any return on your investment? Nevis 11, have you received any return on your investment in Patrice Nisbet? Have you received any return on your investment? You have invested in him for 20 long years. You have invested in him for 240 months. You have invested in him for 7,300 days. What do you have to show for that investment?
That now go happen. That will never
What do you have to show for your investment? If I invest in any stocks, whether in TDC, Bank of Nevis, whether it is Hosford, whomever is selling shares on the Eastern Caribbean Stock Exchange, I'm looking for a return on my investment on those shares. If I start losing money on those shares, I'm selling out and putting whatever is left in my pocket. So I say to you tonight, you have invested in this particular gentleman for the last 20 years, and if you have nothing to show for it, time to turn him in. Turn him in. Get rid of him by way of the ballot and let's move on to something more progressive, something more beneficial, something more than you have had for the last 20 years. So keep that in mind. What have you gotten? What is your return on that investment for that period of time? And if you have gotten nothing, it's time to get out of that stock. You need to, well, I don't think you can sell him. So I ain't going to say sell this stock. But what I'm saying, do not cast a vote for Patrice Nisbet to waste your vote on an investment that has borne no fruits whatsoever. And I am confident that the people of St. James and St. Thomas's have that intellectual capacity to make the right choice and the right decision come June 5th. Because you know what? They will be voting for Alexis Jeffers this time. I came to you in 2010. I came to you in 2010. And I was new to the game then. I didn't get that chance to represent you. But you know, let me go to 2010 because I know when Patrice Nisbet received the mandate in 2010, I bet you all didn't know he was going to join with Labour. I bet you all he didn't tell a soul in Nevis 11 that when I get that vote and that nod, I was going to join with Labour. He didn't say that. We were home that Sunday afternoon when we hear the swearing in ceremony and you hear Patrice Nisbet in Labour government. Oh my goodness. My goodness. It was a shock to me. It was a shock to me. So when a man take up your vote without telling you what his intentions are and sell out that vote to the Labour Party, I said that's another reason to shun him. Shun him. And that is why over the years you have heard that Nevis no want nothing and the Labour Party and his leadership enjoy hearing that because they really don't want to give Nevis nothing either. I really don't want to give Nevis nothing. That is why they love him and they embrace him. So the people of St. Thomas's and St. James, when you vote for Patrice Nisbet in the past, they loved it in the Labour Party because they said, that is my guy. Thank you for sending him. And of course he went and bought nothing, as I said. So 2010 I started. Lost in 2010, but that's okay. Came back in 2015. And I thought at that point in time, after being in the Nevis Island Assembly and also in the cabinet of the Nevis Island Administration, and I was doing so many things in both constituency, it was time to give me that nod to go forward, to do even more. But that did not happen. But it wasn't daunting in any way to me. I saw the loss as a gain. Sometimes in negative situations, you can pull out the positive. We lost by just a mere 92 votes. And I said, listen, next time around, those 92 votes will be gone. And that is why this time around, I'm asking the people of Nevis 11. If I don't see you face to face on the campaign trail in terms of coming to your door and asking for your vote, I'm asking you from these microphones tonight.
CCM go keep it up, keep it up, just keep it up, keep it up, CCM.
I'm asking you from these microphones tonight. Please consider me, please vote for me. Please give me the chance to represent you for the next 5 years. And as I said before, and I'll say again, if after 5 years and I don't bring one thing to you, I won't want your vote in 2025, God spare life. But I'll say to you, from a positive standpoint, I will do even one thing more than Patrice have done over the last 20 years. Your investment in me, I am one of those stocks that is going to be a dividends over the next 5 years because I am ready for the task. I'm ready to transform lives in Nevis 11. I'm ready to transform lives in the island of Nevis. I'm ready to work with you, sit with you and take your issues seriously and make sure that I can take care of them to the point where I can bring results to you. So ladies and gentlemen, we have some clear choices in this upcoming election. Well, choices in terms of candidates. In Davis 9, we have our party leader. He has been in the federal parliament for the last, well, what, this is what, 2007 to now. How many years is that? By a long time. How many years? 2007, 13 years, yeah. 13 wonderful years. You know why? He got into government or into the parliament on the opposition bench. He was the leader of the opposition. Did a remarkable job. And many times the former leader well, the former prime minister, I should say, had all kinds of things to say. It was like a thorn in his side. But even if he was not in government, his representation was there to show. Because when bills were being debated, when laws were being enacted, when the government was to be held in check, at that point in time, the Honorable Mark Brantley was there to do that. One of the phrases that I always remember, and boy, he burned the former prime minister so bad. Some people are in the arrival lounge, and some are in the checkout lounge. And he said something to the extent, I've just arrived, so you know who is in the checkout lounge, you know. And he did check out in 2015. Never to come back again. Well, if the people of St. Kitts want to make that mistake, it's up to them. But I'm going to tell him that the sidekick that he had from Nevis in the NRP, who he used as a lackey, who he used as a joke or had for a joke, is not coming back over there to be used again. Serious people are coming. So Mark Brantley for Nevis 9, our party leader. Leader has to be there because he's going to lead us over to St. Kitts. That's the Honorable Eric Evelyn of Nevis 10. And no matter what they say about Eric, as time go by, you'll get like me. You'll come with vim, vigor, and vitality. You'll come like a punch to them. Don't worry, you'll be fine. No matter what they say, you have what it takes. Because as we go, you'll go as well. And we have what it takes in this great party. In Nevis 11, I've made a case tonight. And I'll continue to make the case over the next 4 or 5 days, down to June 5th, that I am the best man for this particular election, the best man to win this election, to make sure that we have the best representation over there over the next 5 years. I saw the other guy this morning, sometime today I should say, but I don't look tired. 20 years could make you look tired, true? Because the former prime minister, just look at him too. Look tired. Tired. So, ladies and gentlemen, Nevis 11. It is time for us to turn a new page there in Nevis 11. It's time to usher in new representation in that constituency. It is time for us to chart a new course. It is time for us to begin a journey that will bring about the transformation of lives in that constituency and by extension the island of Nevis. Now once that happened, I've always said that as Nevis go, so does St. Kitts. As St. Kitts go, so does the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. As we go, we'll be a force to be reckoned with in the OECS, in CARICOM, and the wider region, and on the world stage. Because any one of us, any three of us here, wherever we go to represent, we can represent and represent well. I've gone to numerous countries to represent the island of Nevis and the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And I can represent anywhere. So I asked the people of Nevis 11, invest in me on June 5th. And the results will be there to show 5 years later, God's spare life. Ladies and gentlemen, just about 10 o'clock, I said that was my cutoff time for tonight. So I want to close by thanking you for listening. I want to say, anyone out there who have doubts about voting June 5th, I say, these are serious elections. These are serious times in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Go out and vote. Vote for your great CCM party. Vote for Mark Brantley in Nevis 9. Vote for Eric Evelyn in Nevis 10. And of course, vote for Alexis Jeffers in Nevis 11. when it's all said and done. It's all free for we. Let us keep the momentum. Let's continue to build this great federation. Build the island of Davis and build lives. And make sure that all of us can prosper in this great federation. Thank you for listening and God bless you all.
Yeah, 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 yeah. They are top 10 more. We voted for CCM again. CCM go keep it up, just keep it up, keep it up, keep it momentum, keep it up, just keep it up, keep it up. When you're feeling like you can't go on, hold on, oh. Remember.
Thank you, Honorable Alexis Jeffers, for that wonderful presentation. I tell you, the quality and leadership of the CCM candidates is way, way above what is on the other side. No comparison at all. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is an exciting night. And I want, at this time, to play for you a new campaign song that we are releasing this evening. A beautiful campaign tune done by the King Astro. A tune that I heard and a tune that I love. I want you to listen. People who are listening to VON right now and people who are listening to us via social media, I want you to give a listen to this beautiful campaign song. Mr. DJ, play it for me.
Hammer time again.
King Astro.
Run to the balls and vote for CCM. Here we go. CCM ready and fit for the election. All the visions heading in one direction. 5 more years to keep up the momentum. All on board marching to the same drum. CCM, foot soldier, all around the island. On the map, get ready, you will start, vote smart, run to the balls and vote for CCM. Hammer time again. Run to the balls and vote for CCM. There we go. CCM ready and fit for the election. All the visions heading in one direction. 5 more years to keep up the momentum. All on board marching to the same drum. CCM, foot soldier, all around the island. On the map, get ready, you will start, vote smart, run to the balls and vote for CCM. On the map, get ready, you will start, vote smart, run to the balls and vote for CCM. CCM record is one of distinction, looking out for the interests of all nations. CCM federal representation, working for the good of this little nation. Without getting our fair share, development everywhere. On the map, get ready, CCM, vote smart, run to the balls and vote for CCM. On the map, get ready, vote smart, run to the balls and vote for CCM. For the CCM, when it comes to leadership, man better than them. The man Eric Gibilin, he is a
Stop styling, Ponde!
Dynamite, Alexis, this great team.
Mark Bradley, a year in the place, you know.
On the map, get ready, you will start, vote smart, run to the balls and vote for CCM.
Mark Bradley, a year in the place, you know.
Get ready, you will start, vote smart, run to the balls and vote for CCM. On the map, get ready, you will start, vote smart, run to the balls and vote for CCM. In this line, we're voting for Mark, A.G. Franklin. Run to the balls and vote for CCM. In this line, we're voting for Eric, Rohan Evelyn. Run to the balls and vote for CCM. run to the polls and vote for CCM. On the mark, get ready, you ain't start, vote smart, run to the polls and vote for CCM.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The King has show. Run to the polls and vote for CCM. Bath Village, run to the polls. Brown Hill, run to the polls. Church Ground, run to the polls. Brown Pasture, Morning Star, Pan Hill, Cox, run to the polls and vote for CCM. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready for the Honorable Premier? Are you ready for the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Are you ready for the man that they're all afraid of? Are you ready for the grip? Huh. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna wait and see what the grip have been. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the stage the candidate for Constituency 9, the Honorable Mark A.G. Brantley.
Send kids and
Mr. DJ.
Original coffee said that. CCM. You're not balling a life, man.
Ladies and gentlemen,
CC movement.
the Honorable Mark A.G. Brantley.
To us, yeah. Mark Brantley was coming with the force, yeah. Blessings every punk person on foot. CCM never rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need to the most. We have to give thanks like we need to post. Blessings all for we like fun. CC movement for the people, the journey and just to the bless. Gratitude is a must, yeah. We see blessings all for we like fun. We bust a toast to the friends that take off. If you load one time, they'd sit them in a class on part. CC movement, we say go on with it, we go on with it. This is Original Coffee, representing for the CCM party.
Hammer time again. Run to the polls and vote for CCM. Here we go. CCM ready and fit for the election. All the visions heading in one direction. 5 more years to keep up the momentum. All on one marching to the same drum. CCM, foot soldiers, all around the island. On the mark, get ready, you ain't start, vote smart, run to the polls and vote for CCM. On the mark, get ready, you ain't start, vote smart, run to the polls and vote for CCM.
Ladies and gentlemen, CCM people, Nevis people, let me hear you make some noise. Well, it really feels like the campaign is on. Last night I was here, and I promise you that tonight, I will finally bring the grip that all of you are waiting for. So, I have a man saying I'll bring it for me. And I'm asking the King, MBE, Keith Scarborough, to bring, slowly. You gotta roll it. He has to do it properly. Slowly. He has to roll it.
No.
King, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet, King.
He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready.
He has to open the grip. He has to open it. I feel so privileged I'm being assisted by a king. King, this is the Hector file, not this one. King, you're not a very good assistant. This is the Patrice file, not this one.
No, 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 no.
King, you have brought the right file. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have made both say that this election is a contest. It is a contest between people. It is a contest between ideas. It is a contest of characters. And certainly on Friday the 5th, you will have to make a decision. It looked like the grip had dust in it. So my throat is a little dry, but I will get to it. Now, I have said night after night, as we have campaigned, someone please bring me some water if you have it. Night after night as we have campaigned, I have made the point that the Honorable Eric Evelyn in number 10, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers in number 11, and yours truly in number 9, that we can say in any place at any time, in any crowd, in any company that we find ourselves, that before God and man, our hands are clean. Thank you. I assure you it is not corona. Ladies and gentlemen, our hands are clean. And when people come to you and people seek for you to put your trust in them, you must examine their record. I have come and I have said that as the Premier of Nevis, that if something goes right on this island, I certainly am in the limelight to take the credit. And equally, if something goes wrong, I am there to take the blame. The reason for that is simple. That when you are in a position of leadership, what happens under your watch, you must answer for. It's a simple concept. And if you're not prepared for that, then you're not prepared for leadership. Now we have come here night after night. We have spoken to the lack of achievements by the NRP in government. We have outlined that for 19 long years, they were at the table in Bastille as part of the federal cabinet. And we have asked the question, and as I go around the island doing my campaign, I'm asking everyone the question, can you tell us what has been achieved in those 19 years? And can you compare those 19 years to our 5? They have made the point that those who are offering themselves for the NRP are all of self and none of thee. I have made the point that they are all of self and none of thee, concerned as they are with benefiting themselves. In every institution that they have gone to, they have demonstrated the same character trait, to use that institution, to use that office for the benefit of themselves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I promised, and I've promised for some time, the tale of the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College. It is an important tale, and I put on a jacket tonight
And I put on a little pocket square because I wanted to look like a lawyer. Because you see, tonight I want to prosecute a case. And I want the people of Nevis and the people of the wider federation, because CFBC is a public institution. I am not talking about what one does in one's chicken farm. I'm not talking about what one does in one's ice cream shop. I am talking about what one does in his or her public life. And so the tale of CFBC, I hope people are listening, because it is a gory tale. It is a story which, if it were made into a film, would be a horror film. Now, let me set the background for this prosecution. In July of 2013, the press reported that one gentleman called Dr. Kelvin Daly was selected to become the president of the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College on St. Kitts. Now, I want you to bear with me. You know, when CCM speakers come to the platform, we do not ordinarily use a script. But I believe the script this evening is important for us to look at. He was in that position until 2015. We met him in that position when we entered into the federal government in February of 2015, and he continued there until his contract ended. As president of the CFBC, I hope you will agree with me that he was the head. As president, he was charged to oversee the day-to-day operations which fell to his purview as president. In other words, to use ordinary parlance that every man, woman, and child can understand, he was the boss. He was in charge at CFBC. He was the leader at CFBC. Now, over the period 27th April 2015 to 29th October 2015, an internal audit was done of the finances at CFBC. The audit was conducted in accordance with the Finance Administration Act 2007 and the Policies and Procedures Manual of CFBC. Of note, listen carefully, of note is that the audit covered the period January 2012 to December 2014. That is important. Now here are the findings. Here where we get now. And just so you know, I have before me a copy of the audit report. And that audit report runs to some 44 pages. And then it has appendices with it. But I won't take you to all 44 pages because we will be here all night. So I will take you to the findings, the conclusions of the auditors having conducted an audit of the CFBC over the period January 2012 to December 2014. Bear with me and listen carefully. The auditors found that the Policies and Procedures Manual of CFBC was not utilized by the staff. To explain that so we are clear, CFBC had a manual that said what should happen, it did not happen. Number two, the activities of the cashier, you all know cashier deal with cash. The activities of the cashier were not supervised, leading to, and I quote, several errors and irregularities. Big words, things went wrong. Number three, some manual receipts were not posted to the accounting system QuickBooks. Neither was evidence found that monies collected were deposited to the CFBC bank account. Let me read that again. I want you to hear it. Some manual receipts were not posted to the accounting system QuickBooks. Neither was evidence found that monies collected were deposited to the CFBC bank account. In other words, money was collected. It was not deposited. Monies collected for which receipts were issued did not reconcile with the receipts totals. These are the findings, not my words, the words of the audit committee. Amounts collected were not deposited in full and for the period in which they were collected. Put differently, monies would come in and some would not be deposited. Deposits were made days, weeks, and months after collection. As a result, deposit totals did not reconcile with receipt totals. I go on. The auditors found, in some cases, listen carefully, in some cases there was no evidence to show that funds were deposited. For example, $38,071.54 on deposit summary for 31st January 2014 can't be found. It goes on. Expenses paid from the credit card from the date of issue, which was July, August of 2013 to early December 2014, in the amount of $49,219.07 were not posted to QuickBooks until 16 January 2015. It goes on, and listen carefully. No invoices were found to support payments made for credit card transactions. I hope you all are listening, you know. No invoices were found to support payments made for credit card transactions. In other words, payments were made on the credit card, but the auditors don't know what the payments were for. It goes on. Duties were not properly separated to allow the duties of an employee to serve as checks on the duties of other employees. To put differently, it was a free-for-all. Everybody did what they wanted because there were no checks and balances put in place. Remember, I started out to say that the auditors found that the procedures manual for CFBC was not adhered to. Ignored. People at CFBC were doing what they felt like. There were no checks and balances. It resulted in a free-for-all in relation to monies being handled there. Now at page 14 of the audit report, the auditors reported, and I quote, significant differences between the actual amounts on deposit slips with the amounts on the daily deposit summaries. On the daily deposit summaries, they found that there were significant differences. And this was contrary to the Finance Act. It was illegal, it was unlawful, against the Finance Act. And here, what the auditors said. They say where, and I quote, this is not done, the risk exists that funds can be misappropriated. In the year 2014, it's an important year. In the year 2014, because we know in that year how the makeup of CFBC and the control of CFBC was constitutionally set up. How it was constituted, the year 2014 is an important year. It was the first full year that a certain gentleman was in charge. And during the year 2014, the auditor said, not me, CFBC collected $819,276.01. Let me say it again. The figure is so large, I am stuttering. In the year 2014, CFBC collected some $819,276 $276.01. But only $375,476.32 made it to the bank. I want this to sink in. I want this to sink in. This is what the auditors say, not me. I am reading from the auditor's report into the affairs of CFBC. Let me go back. The audit covered the period January 2012 to December 2014. And the auditors, in their own words, say that in the year 2014, CFBC collected $819,276.01. But only $375,476.32 made it to the bank. During 2014, therefore, and I hope if you're home, you're sitting down. During 2014, therefore, some $443,799.69 went missing. The word that they use is poof. Poof. It doesn't end there. At page 21 of the audit report, it states that deposit summary dated 31st January 2014 shows that checks and cash were collected in the sum of $42,271.54. But hear this, only the check amount of $4,200 was deposited. The remaining balance of $38,071.54 was not found. Poof. This ain't no small money we're talking about, you know. This is no small money we're talking about. The auditors say that in January 2014, checks and cash were collected in the sum of $42,271.54, but only the check amount of $4,200 was deposited. The remaining balance of $38,071.54 was not found. It gone missing. Poof. It doesn't end there, you know. The report continues at page 22 to set out that cash was used to make purchases, but, and I quote, there was no supporting documents to verify to whom payments were made or the authority given to make such payments. In other words, nobody knew who was paid or for what, but we know the money was paid. Money gone. Poof. Now let us look at the credit card. CFBC did not get a credit card until July, August of 2013. The dates are important. The credit card was issued then and used since that date. But the transactions were never entered in QuickBooks until the 15th of January 2015. Remember, Unity got into government in February of 2015. So it's just a couple days before we got into government that the credit card transactions were eventually entered into the QuickBooks. Now hear this. So for all the time, a year and a half, that the credit card expenditure was not reported, some purchases were not accounted for, and no supporting invoices could be found. The report found, I continue. Remember, I say I'm prosecuting a case. My Lord, honorable judges, listen to the case. The report found at page 27, and I quote, that a total of US $18,116.57 or EC $49,219.07 was expended for credit card transactions that did not have supporting documents to verify the purposes of the transactions. In other words, no one could tell what some $49,000 was spent on. When the expenditures are examined, we see money spent on flights and money spent at the St. Kitts Marriott Hotel. There was also, interestingly, money spent on psychological assessment. Psychological assessment. And there was quite a substantial amount of money spent on Amazon. So the credit card was used at Marriott. It was used to pay for flights. It was used to buy whatever on Amazon. But there was no invoice. And so the auditors could not say to you or to me or to anyone else what the credit card transactions were for. Checking accounts. It doesn't end there. You see, I deal with cash, I deal with credit card, now I'm going to deal with check. At page 30 of the report, we have the startling observation that checks were sometimes signed, but no amount inserted, and no amount placed in the check stub so that amounts could not be reconciled. Let me now get to the conclusion, because I don't want you to be overburdened tonight. At the conclusion, the auditor said at page 42, during the period of review, and I quote, the CFBC was not operating according to best financial and accounting practices. It was also not complying with sections 62(1) and 2 of the Finance Administration Act and the guidelines set out in the Policies and Procedures Manual. Ladies and gentlemen, the tale of CFBC is a horror story. The tale of CFBC is a tale of hundreds of thousands of dollars gone missing. When I have made bold to say on this platform that money went missing on a daily basis, many laughed because you didn't have the facts. Well, I've given you the facts tonight. And you realize that throughout the period under review, monies went missing daily, monies went missing weekly, monies went missing monthly, monies went missing annually, but monies went missing poof. It was a daily occurrence at CFBC that monies went missing. And I want you to note that. Now, this thing is interesting, you know. I am a lawyer of long standing. Since I've been in politics, well, maybe I don't remember all the law. But when I practiced law, I was no papisha lawyer, and I was a serious lawyer. And so I find it interesting that sometimes what people do, when they don't want a topic discussed, they don't want to be asked questions on a topic, you know what they do? They sue somebody. And whenever they ask, they get the response, it is before the court. Well, this is a court of public opinion, because politics is done in the court of public opinion, and the people of Nevis have to make a choice. And on this stage, in this election, we keep telling you that the choice is clear, because the choice has to be to choose people who between all of us can hold their hands and heads high and say before God and man, our hands are clean.
We voting for CCM again. CCM go keep it up, up. Just keep it up, up. Keep it up. CCM keep up the momentum.
So what has happened? Sean Richards, the Deputy Prime Minister and leader of PAM, and Vance Winkworth Amry, a decent man who's our senior minister in the Unity Administration and former leader of this great party and former premier. They had a town hall and they said certain things which were factual. And let me tell you something, and I want to say it clear tonight. If it is that you stole money, and I say you thief money, you can't sue me, because you stole money. It is a factual statement. And the law of defamation is clear. That truth is a complete defense to any defamation action. I want that to sink in. If a man walking down the street, that is why over the years on the platform I have said and said again, if I am in any crowd, anywhere in the world, and a man bawl out thief, me nah look at me no thief from nobody. I have always said that. But some, you see, when the call goes out, thief, them look up and say, not me. No. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Richards and Van Semry were at a town hall meeting. And in response to accusations that they had victimized a certain individual, when his contract came to an end and was not renewed, they pointed out the findings of the audit report. And they made the case and pointed to the fact that for some period that was reviewed in the audit report, that a certain gentleman was in charge, was the boss, was the El Jefe, was the president, the boss man in charge of CFBC. Now, what is wrong with that? The facts are there. Now, if I say I was the Premier of Nevis from December 2017 until now, and you say, Mr. Brantley, while you were Premier, some money went missing from the Treasury, that falls under you. Let me ask you something. What is in that to sue for? It is a fact. The audit report covers a period from 2012 until 2014. Let me confirm, because I want to be precise. January 2012 to December 2014. So these two gentlemen simply pointed out who was in charge of CFBC from the middle or thereabouts of 2013 until 2015. And we know, Google it. The same way them Google to get plan for Bath, Google it. And you will see who was in charge. And whilst they were in charge, the report came to the conclusions that it came to that I have articulated earlier, that I have read into the record in this honorable court, and read into the record accurately, not in my words, but in the words of the audit report, what happened. Unless you forget, let me remind you that the audit report says that for the year 2014, an important year. For the year 2014, an important year. That a total figure so extensive. CFBC collected, if you have pen and paper, write it down, $819,276.01. But only $375,476.32 made it to the bank. During 2014, therefore, some $443,000, $799.69 went missing. Somewhere between CFBC and National Bank $443,799.69 fell off the truck. Fell off the truck. And the question is, where did it fall to? That is a legitimate question to ask. Where did the money fall to?
Oh my God!
Was that money used for roofing material? Was that money used for fish pot wire in Bad Village, which was given to a man to sell? And when they come back for the money, the man say what? Somebody thief the money. I am asking this question because the public has a right to know. But what is more interesting, that while all of this was going on as outlined in the audit report, hear what? CFBC owed hundreds of thousands of dollars to Skellig, not paying the electricity. CFBC owed hundreds of thousands of dollars to Social Security. Staff salaries were deducted, not paid to Social Security. CFBC owed hundreds of thousands of dollars to CXC. Collect people money for exams, not paid over to CXC. So you ask yourself, Skellig not paid, Social Security not paid, CXC not paid, and 443,000 gone, poof.
Oh my God!
Ask yourself. So, what people have tried to do, you see, they run to the courthouse and they file a frivolous lawsuit. Say people are defaming them. You can't defame somebody for telling the truth. If I say that we are here at campaign headquarters tonight, you can't sue me. I have not said anything wrong. I have spoken the truth. The auditors spoke to what they found and what they didn't find. And a whole heap of money they couldn't find. And they said what they had to say. So they bring a lawsuit, and sometimes when I'm driving and my radio station in the car goes onto one of these noisemakers, and I hear the question being asked, the response comes back, the matter is before the court, we can't discuss it. The matter is before the court, we can't discuss it. Because they expect that that will be an excuse for the people of Nevis not to know and see that when they were in charge of an institution, this is what happened. Now, I am here to say that if as the Premier of Nevis, any money go missing in any department, in any ministry, the public has every right to say of me, Mr. Premier, what happened to the people's money? That is what the responsibility of leadership is all about. If you're in charge of TDC and money go missing, they're going to ask the man in charge of TDC what happened to TDC money. But some are going around and don't want nobody ask them what happened to CFBC money. And we now talk about half penny, or halfpenny, as we used to say.
Hammer time again.
We are talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars gone poof.
Oh my God!
Ladies and gentlemen, I have promised to prosecute this particular case because when you hear some of these sanctimonious vagabonds on the radio pontificating, saying all manner of evil against Eric, saying all manner of evil against Alexis, and Lord, poor me. Vicky one child, them cost me in morning, noon, and night. Some one of them say that they have a particular fella. And when his wife, in the wee hours of the morning, touch the back of his neck, he ball out, Mark Brantley.
No, 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 no.
When I got the story, I will admit, I was afraid. I became afraid, and ever since then, I've watched this fella cross-eye. Because if your wife touch you in the middle of the night and you could only say, Mark Brantley, I have a difficulty with that. But that is what they have been doing, preoccupied with those of us in the CCM, making up all kinds of stories about us when the files are here. You know, I don't know whether or not the people could see the light. But I put a green marker on the file. It says CFBC file. It is set out in green because I want to remind myself every day when I go into my grip and I read that this is the legacy of those in the Nevis Reformation Party. This is the legacy of the leadership of this so-called new NRP. All of self and none of thee. And look at them, whether you put them at Land and Housing, whether you put them at CFBC, whether you put them at the legal department, whether you put them at agriculture, whether you put them in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wherever you put them, the story is the same. The story is the same, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why I feel so proud of the team that CCM has brought to you. I feel proud of the team that CCM has brought to you because there is no file on us. There's no file on us. And that is why I can stand up here proud and say that before God and man, our hands are clean.
Hammer time again. Run to the balls and vote for CCM. Here we go.
All the things they say about us, all the stories that they fabricate, they try to make up all kinds of things. It reminds me, they say, of somebody who have what we used to call Bigfoot in the old days. Some of the young people may not understand. But they say they're coming down the road, and before the other person could talk about their Bigfoot, they point out quick that the other person got a Bigfoot too. It's a situation where those who talk the most in this country, those who criticize the most in this country, when you examine them, they have no character. They have no character. And when I look at them gathering up, doing all manner of things because they want to get yet another chance to rape and pillage our treasury, I say to you, the people of Nevis, that we have presented enough evidence so that you and I and the people of Nevis could say, not you, never again will we have an NRP administration that only cares about itself and not about the people of the country. We have pointed out about Patrice Nisbet that instead of trying to help the people of number 11 who have stuck with him for 20 long years, his only focus was to give his sidekick Hector a job. And then when Hector got the job and he and Hector was sitting down there in the office drinking, no doubt, some alcoholic beverage, they came to the conclusion that West Bastille was a beautiful place. Let us get some land there. And when I heard Senator Keelan Nisbet say that there are families in West Bastille of 10 people in one house, none of them could get a piece of land. But Patrice and Hector get land in West Bastille. I felt it. Because it is those 10 people in that house that we as elected persons, as parliamentarians, as politicians, should be looking out for. But they were not interested in that. They wanted to get for them, for their families. And I ask myself all the time, that Hector gets so much land and house in Nevis. His family gets so much land and house in Nevis. You mean that even to sink it, he went go look? And as somebody pointed out, if we were still in Trinity of Islands and Anguilla was there, then I'm sure you'd have gone to Island Harbor or the Valley to get some down there too. I have made bold to say that Hector's leader of NRP, if they ever saw government in this country again, he will start to survey the seawater. This is what you call land grabbers. Thinking about themselves. Well, what about you? What about the people of this great island and country? Man, I want to hear that people over in St. Thomas's get land. If it was that you went St. Kitts and Nevis people got land in West Basti, I will say, well, that is fine, because they're citizens too. But you go in there and you're in a position of power and privilege, and you use that power and privilege for you. For you. I wonder where the money came from to pay for those lands. Did they come from all the attorneys? Where the monies came from to pay for those lands? These, ladies and gentlemen, are questions we must ask people, you know. Because they're coming around. They're coming around. Somebody told me today that Hensley Daniel, who I thought I had retired from politics, that he up and down, walking up and down, telling people, boy, I have voted daily. Boy, I have voted daily. And somebody said to me, if he could not convince people to vote for him, how will he convince the people of St. John's and the people of number 9 to vote for a man they don't know? And I'm looking on, amused and bemused, at what they're offering the people of Nevis. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I engage everybody as I campaign. I don't pick out. I talk to those I think are supporters. I talk to those that I believe do not support. And I believe that you too must do the same. We have an army of bloggers online. Don't cuss anybody. Talk to everybody. But more and more, what I'm hearing from the NRP supporters is when you lay out the facts, they say, oh, I like to cuss people. Well, if I say money went missing at CFBC, that's a fact. That is not costing anybody. And if I say it was a daily occurrence, it was a fact, because monies went missing daily. I am not costing anybody. I am setting out the facts, and I'm saying that there are some hard questions to be asked and answers demanded. And rushing to the court to try and muzzle the public so that you have a stock response every time the questions are asked. The matter before the court, me can't talk about it. I am saying that that is unacceptable. That's why I like U.S. politics, you know. They go back to when your great-grandfather was born. And they come forward because they want to ensure that the people who are putting themselves forward to lead, you know what it is? To ask somebody to put their trust and confidence in you. To tell them to give you a vote so that you can represent them. That trust and confidence is invaluable. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when they come, ask them the hard questions. What happened at CFBC? Why was Social Security monies not paid? Why was Skelec not paid? Why the children and the poor families in the country paid for their CXCs, but CXC never got the money? Now listen carefully, you know. Money between CFBC and the bank fell off the truck. Money between CFBC and CXC in Barbados fell off the plane. Money was falling everywhere. And that is why I say that we in the CCM ought to be proud of the team. We not bring no jokey people to you. We not bring no PR people to you. We bring serious people. And even though Eric Evelyn comes up here and he dances, you know why he dances? Because he know how to dance. The man gonna dance as we're all into Church Street. And on the 6th of June, next week, Saturday, we will be partying on the streets of Charlestown and on the streets of Bastille because the Concerned Citizens Movement will be back in government.
Hammer time again. Run to the balls and vote for CCM. Here we go. CCM ready and fit for the election. Hammer time again. Run to the balls and vote for CCM. Here we go. CCM ready and fit for the election.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I promised myself tonight that I will try not to be overly long. But you see, I came tonight to prosecute a particular case. You are the judge and jury. You are the ones who will have to pass sentence on the 5th of June. You are the ones who will have to determine whether what you have heard and what you now know, you want persons of that character to represent you. You are the ones who must ask yourself the question, can this individual be trusted? Can they be trusted to be put in positions of authority and to make decisions that will benefit you and not themselves? And the record is clear. The evidence is pellucid. Honorable Judge, learned Judge, my Lord, I rest my case in relation to CFBC. I believe that the case that I have led, the prosecution that I have mounted this evening, the evidence is clear that the only verdict that can be returned is guilty, is guilty, is guilty. And that, my Lord, I am asking you to give the maximum sentence that you can give for this level of misfeasance and malfeasance. That the maximum sentence that you can give is on the 5th of June. You ensure that the NRP candidates get the licking of a lifetime. Sentence them. Sentence them. Sentence them, my Lord, to lashes in the public square. Let them go there. And I believe that an appropriate sentence in the circumstances, my Lord, will be to lash them 443,799 times and add 0.69 of a lash for good measure. Bend them over in the square and lash them for every dollar that went missing from CFBC.
Run to the balls and vote for CCM. Here we go.
That is what we must do. Because the level of skullduggery, the level of badness in high and low places that the NRP has engaged in over the years, the people of Nevis must ban them, shun them, and tell them that they will never again see public office in this country.
Run to the balls and vote for CCM. Here we go. CCM ready and fit for the election.
So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon and this evening, I have been going around and campaigning. Sometimes night catches me. And as I'm speaking to persons sympathetic, some of them to the NRP, they are saying to me, we don't want to hear nothing about history. We want to hear about your plans for the future. And I said, you can't have plans if you don't have a foundation. You can't go forward with people whose history is such that you can't trust them. We must talk about these things because the electorate must be informed. And they must know who they are voting for and what they're voting for. And I have spent time night after night on this platform to say, compare us, compare our record. And when you do that, when you compare us and you compare our record, you will understand that in this election there's only one choice, and that is the Concerned Citizens Movement.
They are top 10 more. We voting for CCM again. CCM go keep it up.
So ladies and gentlemen, on the 5th of June, we are asking you to vote for the record of the CCM. We are asking you to look at the fact that Eric Evelyn, as a newcomer to politics, is already transforming culture and social development in this country. Look at the fact that even though he's not yet a federal minister, he's already been chosen to represent and lead federal delegations as he did to carry Festa in Trinidad. Look at the fact that Alexis Jeffers, although he's not yet in the federal cabinet, has gone time and time again as a federal representative and Minister of Agriculture to international organizations. I recall that Alexis recently went to Indonesia on behalf of the country. He has traveled because in Alexis, everybody sees, we know, and Sinkits also now sees, that he is a leader among leaders. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are, the three of us, one of the best teams that has been assembled. I say, look at us, examine us. Our hands and hearts, look at us, examine us. And if you can't find any files on us, there's no file anywhere with blue ink that says Eric Evelyn. No file anywhere with blue ink that says Alexis Jeffers. No file anywhere with blue ink, red ink, white ink, or any kind of ink that says Mark Brantley. Because our lives have been done and led in a particular way. And when we came to public life, we did not come for us. We came to serve you. And that is a fundamental difference in mentality to those around this Nevis Reformation Party. So, I am asking you on the 5th to go out in your numbers. I am asking you to go out early o'clock because I don't want to stay up too late. At my age now, I need my rest. And so what I want you to do for me is to go out early, and I want to get the call. I want the call to come. The call to come from the poll clerks. I want to be able to call Alexis and call Eric. And when I ask them how are things going, Alexis over there, number 11, by 2 o'clock I wanted to say, I will be the new representative for the people of St. Thomas's and St. James. When I call my brother Eric in Gingerland, and I say, Eric, how are things going? I want him to say, Gingerland remains with the Concerned Citizens Movement. And when I call my poll clerks and poll watchers, and the army of people that helps us in number 9, the good people of St. Paul's and St. John's. And I ask how are things going. I want by 2 o'clock for you to tell me that number 9 remains with Mark A.G. Brantley. That number 9 has been since 2007 and remains now Sheriff Country. I want it done early. And so I want you to go to the polls early in your numbers and do what you have to do. Vote for progress. Vote for the team that has demonstrated that it is all about you and not about us. Vote for the Concerned Citizens Movement. Send us to Bastille. Allow us to continue that rich tradition of representation that we have provided to you. The people of Nevis, you're safe with CCM. You are safe with CCM. You understand that in CCM you have a party that throughout the life of this party has said that our people matter most. And when we say that we want you to keep the momentum, we want you to keep the momentum. Us King Astro is now telling us to run. You hear he saying, no, I cannot run and vote for CCM. You hear that?
Run to the polls and vote for CCM. Here we go.
We want it over early. When you have done what you have needed to do early, you go home and relax. And I want you to stay in good touch with our candidates. Let them know what is going on the ground, because there's a lot of trickery and treachery that is planned in this election. There's a lot of people going around claiming they have money, and they're offering people all manner of things. I'm saying, do not hurt your head with that. Let us continue to be focused and vigilant. Let us stay to the issues at hand. Let us continue to speak of the bad characters on the other side. And let us continue to extol the virtues of this great CCM party and the candidates that it has offered. Let us continue to do the work, ladies and gentlemen. I keep saying that in Eric Evelyn, Alexis Jeffers, and myself, you have three men who are old enough to know but still young enough to do. We still have the energy to work on your behalf, not for 8 hours a day as some have been suggesting, but for 24 hours a day, for 7 days a week, because our work is never done. There is work to be done in Bastille, and I'm asking you to send the best team on offer to do that work. This is not a time for you to be feeling sorry for somebody. That is not your job. Those who require that level of assistance, those who are offering themselves as politicians, and who require you to feel sorry, tell them that that is the job of the Salvation Army. That is not your job. Your job is to elect competent people. Your job is to elect the right people to represent you. And our record is there. I have compared the 19 years of NRP at the federal table in St. Kitts. And I've compared that to the 5 short years of CCM at the federal table in St. Kitts. And oh my, what a difference. Today I spoke to some individuals as I sought to make the case for them to vote for the CCM. One of them said to me that Patrice had delivered. And I said to him, tell me 1 or 2 things that you think he delivered in 19 years, 20 years, I'm sorry, at the federal level, and 5 of those years in government. And remember, Patrice was not just in government, you know. When Sam Conda and Tim Harris left the Douglas administration, Patrice was the linchpin. Patrice had all the power in his hands. And with all that power, as the linchpin propping up a man in Bastille, Patrice never asked for a thing for Nevis. So when I asked the youngster, young man, what would you say he has accomplished? He thought long and hard, and then he said, he brought some computers to Nevis. And I said to him, if in 20 years as a representative, that the only thing you can point to is that he brought some computers to Nevis, then you are making the case for me.
Oh my God!
That there has been no representation for the people of number 11 in the past 20 years. And that is why I am saying to you, the good people of St. Thomas's and St. James, that your time is now, and the time is now for you to elect the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. Send Zook to work.
We voting for CCM.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just keep it up.
Send Zook to work. Because when he rolls up his sleeves and he starts to work, you know, they have called Alexis all kind of names. And one day he came to me because I like to check with him and ask, man, how you feeling? How you bearing up under the pressure? And he said, boy, them call me a bulldozer. Say the latest name is Bulldozer. And I started to feel bad for Alexis. Alexis said, I like the name. I like the name because you use bulldozer to clear things, to build. If you go over by the dump right now, a bulldozer over there clearing rubbish. You use bulldozer to get obstacles out of the way and get things done. So Hillman say he liked the name because Alexis is a hard worker. Send the man to Bar State to do the work.
Run to the polls and vote for CCM.
Laziness is an abomination to the Lord. And Alexis is a hard worker. We have established he's an honest man. If you have a man who's honest, a man who's hard working, and a man who loves his country, and he demonstrated his love of this country when he gave up his U.S. passport, I can't stop talking about it, because many of us would never do it. And the man gave them his U.S. passport, and he said, my lot is with the people of St. James. My lot is with the people of St. Thomas's. My lot is with the people of Nevis. I want to serve. And if it means that I must give up this passport to serve, then that is what I shall do.
Run to the polls and vote for CCM.
I big up Alexis
CCM
Jeffers.
ready and fit for the election.
Many of us, ladies and gentlemen, do not take heed, pay heed, and give credit where credit is due. But ask yourself, how many of us would have done that? Given up their U.S. passport so that they could serve. Not no court make them do it, you know. Nobody asked him to do it. By the time I asked him where it was, Alexis had already made his arrangements to have it done.
Alexis Jeffers.
That's why the people of number 11 know that in Alexis they have a man they can trust, a man who works hard, and a man who loves his country. And those are the ingredients of a good leader. Those are the ingredients. Eric Evelyn, what can you say about Eric? The NRP has launched the most ridiculous of campaigns. The only thing that the NRP has succeeded at yet in politics is failure. They have failed election after election. Since 1992, the NRP has only managed one election victory in 2006. And we all know how that victory came about. In 2011, they tried again. You see, when I set out the factional, and I tell you that this NRP lacks character. You lose election after election. In 2006, you finally thief one. You get in, rather than using the opportunity now that you're in to demonstrate that you're all for the people. You take off hundreds of our people's names from the voters list in order to stay in office. You think NRP easy?
My God.
I see them up and down now. Say they have Spanish people, people from the Dominican Republic, mi hermanos and hermanas. They say they have them with the NRP. They say they have people from Guyana now, our brothers and sisters who have made Nevis their home. They say Guyanese are with NRP. And I can only reflect as I go out in my house to house and say to the non-national community that under NRP you were rounded up. You were rounded up.
Run to the polls and
They kicked in your door in the dead of night. I remember one woman said to me that at 3 o'clock in the morning, they kicked on her door. She was naked in her bed. Sleeping, they kicked on her door. Said she don't have no work permit, she must get out of the country. I recall very well that a husband and wife from the Dominican Republic, a husband and wife from the Dominican Republic, I believe that they were from a place called La Romana. And you know what happened? The NRP went because the fella, they say, was supportive of me and the CCM. And they went and they locked up the people, you know. And I remember when I went to the police station, the lady had a newborn, division-born baby in her arms. And then Happy said, tomorrow they're being sent back to La Romana. Why? Because they said they were supportive of the CCM. And I had to go to court and fight. And you know, when I fight in court, I tend to win. And so that family was rescued from the clutches of the NRP. The NRP didn't only do that, you know. When they picked up people, our Guyanese brothers and sisters, our Jamaican brothers and sisters, our people from Dominican Republic, and deported them. You know what they did? They put a notation in the immigration system, flagging the people as criminals and terrorists, so that the people could not come back into the country. As foreign minister, there are so many I have had to help because they call and say they have their relatives here, they want to come and visit from Guyana. And they can't come because every time their name goes into the system, it pops up that they are criminals, terrorists, threats to our country. And as a consequence, when I inquired of national security, why is this so? They said, well, when NRP was there, they used to flag the people to make sure that not only are they being deported, but they can't come back. So when I hear them say that the good people of Dominican Republic and the good people of Guyana and Jamaica are now with them, I ask myself, is it that they think people's memory so short? Is it that they think people forget when they used to be rounded up? I recall being in town, and in town there used to be the place they call Longstone House. And there used to be a wall there, and my Guyanese brother had a bar in the back. And people used to be sitting on the wall on a Friday afternoon, cooling out and having a drink. And the police van used to come up. I don't know where they get the van. I don't know if they used to borrow agriculture van. But they had a van, and they just pick up the people, pick them up, round them up, take them up. Sometimes they use a school bus. That is the legacy of NRP. So when I hear them talk about, oh, non-nationals are now with us, I ask, which non-nationals? Which ones? Because people can't have such short memories. See what NRP has done here in this country, you see? If they feel that you are in division and you don't support them, they victimize you. They went so far as to ensure that they removed your names from the voters list so you could not exercise your franchise. They object. A fella tell me from St. John's that he got a girlfriend at one point in St. James. He said he only go over there twice. He don't know who was hiding in the bush, but the next thing he know, he get an objection. Say he live in St. James. They are bent on disenfranchising our people. And then when that was not enough for the non-national community that they felt was supportive of CCM, they deport them. But you know, that's not all, you know. They had a racket being run here in this country. I want non-nationals to listen to me, you know. Because perhaps some of them need to be reminded that the only way you used to get a work permit, you had to go and pay some of the NRP agents. Some of the sanctimonious vagabonds, they were not in the government, but they were around the government. And they charge poor people $1,500 and $2,000. Because only through them could these people get a work permit. So when you don't pay them, and the permit comes out, you have to now go and pay for the permit. That's how people used to be treated. Guyanese in Brown Hill used to have their passport being held. And when they work, they don't get no pay and they can't make no noise. All of those things the CCM has brought to an end. The CCM has said that if you're here, you're making your contribution, then we welcome you just as the people of Nevis have made their contribution in St. Martin and Tortola and St. Thomas and St. Croix and New York City and Florida and London and Birmingham. You come here to make your contribution. Once you abide by our law, you are welcome.
Run to the polls and vote for CCM. Here we go. CCM ready and fit for the election.
This CCM cares about people. Brothers and sisters, we care about people. And that is why we have won election after election, because people recognize that we care. You have to care if you're going to give up your salary, you know. Who in their right mind gives up salary? Think about it. You have to care. If in addition to giving up your salary, you put your hands in your pocket and you provide food for the most vulnerable, 13,500 EC dollars, 5,000 US a month. And I thank Eric Evelyn, and I thank Alexis Jeffers, and I thank the other members of CCM. And when the executives saw what we were doing as ministers, they said, no, we too are going to chip in something. People have been inspired. And that is what you must do as a leader. Inspire people to do better. Inspire people to be their best selves. Not to thief, 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 thief. That cannot inspire anybody except it's criminals you want to inspire. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what this party is about. I feel so proud to be a member of the Concerned Citizens Movement. I feel so proud to wear my blue and wear my colors and stand up, because when I stand up and I think of Vance Wincourt Amory, a man whose propriety and rectitude is unquestionable. When I stand up and I think of Malcolm Gishard, when I think of Nurse Jean Harris, what you could say about Jean? Except that she loved people and she served people. Colin Tyrrell, Kitty Herbert, run through the list, Michael Perkins, what could you say except that they are honest people, clean people, decent people. That is why when Mark Brantley had the choice, because as much as NRP people cost me, Parry asked me before he asked Hensley. When I had the choice, I chose the Concerned Citizens Movement because of their record of achievement and because of their decency. And I've never looked back and never regretted it. And I want the people of our beloved island to understand that it is love of people that has inspired this party, that has encouraged us to continue. Not love of ourselves. That is why they can't find nothing on us. Alexis has made it bold to say that for 7 years he has been Minister of Lands in Nevis. He has not got 1 square inch of Nevis land. Not 1 square inch of government land. Whatever land he has acquired, he has done so privately. That is a man with clean hands. The other night, when we made the point that Alexis Jeffers, as Minister of Lands, insisted in the cabinet and got a cabinet decision that no cabinet member could buy any government land or benefit from any government land. Somebody from Sinkers contacted me and said, Mr. Brantley, you all need to emphasize that point. Because only a decent government and decent people in government would make those decisions. And for 7 years, no member of the CCM government has been able to get even 1 square inch of government-owned land. That is our record. And so for me, this election and the contest that is now afoot, the question that is now afoot, who do you choose? And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the choice has to be clear. Our record in 5 years of accomplishments is stellar. Last night I stood here and I went through a laundry list and I kept saying, CCM do that, CCM do that, CCM do that? You would think we have been there for 30, 40 years in terms of what we've done. And we continue to perform and perform and perform because that is the nature of CCM. That is the DNA of CCM. CCM is the party that has rescued Nevis, that is promoting Nevis, that is developing Nevis. CCM is the only party that puts the people of Nevis first. And when I go down to Bastille on the 6th, it will be a Saturday. I want to go down with all of you. But I want to walk. I don't want to go from the reggae beach, you know. I want to go into town. I want the boat to dock in town. Because when the army of blue walk up Church Street, when Alexis is walking and Eric is walking shoulder to shoulder with me, walking up Church Street, I want the message to be clear that we come and we mean business on behalf of the people of Nevis. The best team, ladies and gentlemen, to represent us. And so in Gingerland, the Honorable Eric Evelyn is running. I don't even know who he's running about. I have no idea who he's running against. So he's running in Gingerland. And I'm asking the people of Gingerland to stay with the Concerned Citizens Movement and make your mark for Eric. Over there in number 11, I am asking the people of St. James and St. Thomas's to create history and send the Honorable Alexis Jeffers to Bastia to work for you. And in the great constituency of Nevis 9, the people of St. John's and St. Paul's, I, Mark Anthony Graham Brantley, respectfully and humbly ask for your support in this election to continue the good work that we started way back in 2007. Early out and make your mark. Early out and keep them out. Make your mark for Alexis Jeffers in number 11, for Eric Evelyn in number 10, for Mark Brantley in number 9. Make your mark.
Run to the board and vote for CCM. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hour has grown late. I hope I've given you enough to think about in terms of the record, a topic I will come back to time and time again. I hope you'll give us the opportunity to continue the momentum that we have built, and that the beautiful people of this beloved island of ours will continue to have decent, sober, sensible leadership to take us forever forward and upwards. I'm asking you as we leave this place this evening to ensure that you talk to your friends and neighbors, to ensure that they go out and vote on June 5th, to take them out if you need to, take them to the polls, transport them. Ensure, ladies and gentlemen, that our people go out in their numbers and vote on Friday, the 5th of June. Today is Saturday. And the question, therefore, for us is how will we celebrate next Saturday? How will we celebrate next Saturday? So I'm asking the police from now, Lord, I'm going to have to free up the thing. Because next Saturday, Lord, I'm going to have to give us a little space. CCM has been so good. As a decent party, we have been so good. We have adhered to everything you've said, but police, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Brandy, if you can hear me, on Saturday you must free up the thing because CCM want to motorcade on Saturday. We want to enjoy ourselves on Saturday. We want to blow up the place on Saturday because I'm telling you, this is our time. This is Alexis time. This is Eric time. This is Mark time. This is Hammer time. Good night. God bless you. And we'll see you next week.
Keep it up, CCM, keep up the momentum. Keep it up, just keep it up, keep it up. Nevis.
Hammer time again. Run to the polls and vote for CCM.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
CCM ready and fit.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Remember, join.
Since 2007, Premier Mark Brantley has been on the campaign trail, election after election, local and federal. On Friday, June 5th, he will face one of the most crucial elections in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis. But before you head to the polls, tune to Von Radio this coming Sunday when he gives an exclusive interview with veteran journalist and broadcaster Everett Webber Herbert of Von Radio. This will be live on Von at 3:30 in the afternoon. Remember, this Sunday, you can't miss this one-on-one.
My name is Mark Brantley. I'm the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement Party, and I will be contesting the constituency of number 9, where I am currently the incumbent, and I'm asking the people of number 9 to stick with me and to keep the momentum. In 2015, the Concerned Citizens Movement took a decision to join with 2 political parties on St. Kitts to form Team Unity. I think since then, the relationship between St. Kitts and Nevis is the best that it has ever been in our history. And that is why we're asking our people to keep the momentum.